Let me get this guy out of the running. Um. Okay. Oh, Abby, IT person, can you get me Hey, Stephen, how many people do you know that actually travel with their own personal
IT person? Very few have such a
See?
luxury of that.
You know, I'm not bragging or anything, but. Okay, so hey, hi, everybody. Welcome to this exciting meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Today is Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. And let's see, present with us live at the moment are Val Oliver, Stephen Welch, Abby Camp, Connie Patton, and Joe Paul. And on Zoom, we have Diane, oh, and Ray Pohl, of course, and Diane Coombs is on Zoom. So I'm going to need to do a little bit of Zoom protocol. And when Diane is on an application, I'll do roll call. Otherwise, we can just do voice vote because we're all physically present in the room. Oh, Carrie's on Zoom? Oh, sorry,
No.
Carrie, hi, I didn't realize
Hi.
you were here.
Hi,
So we actually have a full board. Yes,
No.
Carrie, sorry.
sorry, I still can't see well enough to do the job justice. So I'm just here again, watching, trying to keep up with things. And I do have a couple projects up that I did before all this
Oh.
crap happened. So I'm
So is
here
it safe to say that you're not going to be participating as a commissioner?
right on. Sorry.
No, well, hey, listen, I'm sorry to hear that you're still not up to speed. That's too bad. Okay. So for those of you physically present in the audience, we only ask two things of you. One is to mute your cell phones, and two, to let us know if you're going to planning to record any portion of tonight's festivities in advance. And for all of those of you on Zoom, we ask that you be really careful about muting yourself when you're not speaking. All of your inquiries should come through the chair. You should be recognized by the chair. Don't screen share, all that lovely stuff. With that, I would like to have a motion. First of all, I should ask, are there any modifications to tonight's agenda that anyone is aware of? No, good to go. All right. So can I have a motion to that was Diane via Zoom. So I'm going to do roll call on that motion. Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, very good. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. So we now have approved an agenda. First item of which is our consent pile. Thank you for everyone who reviewed these things. So we have 17 items. Let's see. Does anyone need to recuse from
Me.
this?
I do.
You need to recuse.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to pull in Joe because he's sitting right over there. That'll help me with my memory of the rotation. So Joe, you're going to be on consent. Okay.
Okay.
All right. If there are no questions, could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Very good, Diane. Thank you. On Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, that's great. Next, we have 4 items that are consent with conditions. Doesn't appear that anyone needs to recuse from this, so it would be the regular board, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can I have a motion on that?
Motion.
All right, so Val has made that motion. On Val's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane.
I did say aye.
Oh, that's right. I started with you. I'm sorry. Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that brings us to new business. First item, 143 Orange Street, permits plus. Did you see Mark? Great. Okay, fantastic. Mark, are you there?
It's just muted.
Mark, you're muted, friend.
Okay.
Is he unmuted
Unmute.
now?
Hello?
Oh, Mark, hi.
Hi,
Okay, we got you.
thank
All
you.
right, so Mark, you're trying to do something at 143 Orange Street. It appears to be an addition. You have the regular board. And could you just tell us what you hope to do here?
Thank you. The Judges have owned this property for quite some time, and in 2007, they did some major window and door changes, a little bit of fenestration on the outside, and then went inside and did some renovations that has no purview on this. So the idea is they need some expansion space. And what they propose to do in these drawings is to convert the open porch into more living space inside the house. By virtue of what you might call a porch infill for all intents and purposes. It's relatively the same shape. The hip has to come off the end to be able to deal with the interior ceiling component. But generally, that is the intent. So the idea is to remove the existing porch and to install an addition of living space in its place.
Okay, Mark, I think we get it. Pretty straightforward. Thank you. We might have some questions for you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1930 Cape Revival. It's contributing, there's an historic district survey. It's a 1 3/4 story side gabled shed dormers, side porch entry with a hipped roof and 2/1 windows. Small additive massing. Appreciate the small scale addition, but the proposed would obliterate the side porch, a character defining feature of this 93-plus-year-old dwelling, along with the hip roof of the porch. The east addition leaves a blank wall that's also not appropriate. The proposed triple ganged windows and the 8-light double French doors are also not appropriate. Windows should be separated, and French doors should not replace, the original front door. And could something be added to the west to achieve the addition to the dining room, even though I will notate that the exterior should not be dictated by the interior. I do notate that HSAG did have some comments, but I don't believe anybody's here to mention them. Those are
No
comments,
kidding.
Mr. Chair.
No-
Thank you.
We don't have anybody.
I don't see anybody in the queue. This was originally reviewed by a lot of us quite a while ago. So, and I don't have a copy of what they had mentioned,
So.
but
no-
they had I believe they had similar comments
Okay.
about the
Right.
changing, that entry. Thank
Okay.
you.
Holly, thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this application before I turn it over to the board? Okay.
I'd like to comment on a couple of things that were just said, if I may.
You may, Mark. Okay, go ahead, briefly.
Thank you. Presently, where the proposed doors are shown, there are no doors. There's simply windows there. It's a dining space, and it's a very small dining space. So the door actually goes into the kitchen, which you cannot see from the south elevation. You can only see it, you can't even see it, I think, from the east elevation when all is said and done in the street. As far as the ganged windows go, we've got latitude to deal with that in whatever fashion that the board might suggest. But when you look at the photographs, particularly from Orange Street, you'll see that the hedge obliterates everything but the roof component, which is the only visible attitude that the public can see. So since the house is elevated well above Orange Street and the hedge is there, visually, it's very difficult to see into the content of the building other than the roof form.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Board members,
I'll go.
thanks, Val.
I've actually been in this house and worked on it a little bit. I agree with Mark. So where the front door probably used to be, on the south, really is never ever used. It's behind the hedge, which has a fence behind it now, and there's no access from Orange Street. So the front door to me is really the one on the west, which is staying. And filling in porches, I think, was pretty typical back in the day. So I agree with separating the windows and adding some windows, hopefully on the east, but the rest of it, I think, is fine.
Okay. Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I generally agree with Val. I would offer some specifics, though. I think more in keeping with the concept of an infill is if you view the south elevation, that rightmost portion of the shed roof, that is the rake, would actually become a hip to mimic what's there and possibly bury the door and window headers in the top plate. So you're bringing that eave down about just below the eave on the left, more in keeping with what was there, but without sacrificing into your headroom. And I think you basically then have more than less infilled that porch in a way that's very sensitive to the existing profile. What's up?
Okay.
I'll
Stephen,
go.
All right, Diane, your turn.
I agree with Val and Holly on that those mulled windows should be separated too. And the one on the left of the mulled windows should be underneath the one up on the second story. And I don't know whether it would help to reduce the number of panes in those French doors. They, the whole house is so simple, every side. It's simple and very good looking. And I just think all of a sudden, the only way you're going to see that south is because Dave Street is one way going up. So, but people walk down, and I believe that view is probably open. I don't know that the hedge goes all the way around, but for some unknown reason, I'll tell you, they have trouble with that hedge filling in to being really super. But otherwise, I don't have a problem with it. I would just perhaps consider the changing of the panes of glass in the French doors and taking out one window next to them.
Is that it, Diane?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby, that leaves you, friend.
Yeah, I'm sort of on the fence about this renovation. I feel that filling in that porch isn't the usual way we fill in. It's more like an addition rather than, a sun porch. But I think if the front door on the west is going to be the front door, it's got to get beefed up and say, I'm the front door on Dave Street. I in the drawing on the east where the renovation is proposed, it does show a door there. So I'm sort of confused by what the applicant said. That
On the east, did you say?
yeah, on the east, it shows a door.
It's getting sucked into the division.
Yes.
Yeah. And was that the original front door? I mean,
Mm-mm.
is it losing its identity? Anyway, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So few things have been said that resonated with me. One, Stephen's comment about how dropping the rafters on this so that you get rid of the shingle space between the window head and the eave, so that we're getting back more to the porch. And Mark, I'm gonna guess that the reason that you did not put a window in your addition on the east is because it's looking right out to heavily trafficked Orange Street. Is that the rationale?
Yes, it is. We're trying to control some of the noise that comes into the house. And so installing a window there kind of defeats the purpose, but I understand where you're coming from. The owner would prefer not to. We were going to super insulate that wall. And that was the point of having no windows.
Right. And you had said earlier that the reason that you got rid of the hipped roof in favor of this shed is for some kind of head height?
No, it was really more for the shape inside the house.
Oh,
Because of where the floor level is for the second story, we're trying to match the ceiling height that currently exists in the dining room and living room. So it looks more uniform. Obviously, I understand why you're talking about lowering the eave. We certainly can look at it. It's going to do some funny things, but the hip is going to do funnier things for that addition.
okay. All right, thanks for the clarifications. Let's see. Oh, and to Abby's point about if that front door, which I recognize as an existing front door facing Dave's Street, that should be kind of, in my opinion, should be sort of, the trim should be enhanced so that it's really recognized as a front door as opposed to sort of an incidental door that it looks like right now. Those are my
There is
comments.
no door on Dave Street.
Oh.
What is
Oh,
that?
I'm,
It's off of the parking area
I'm
there.
sorry.
Way back in the parking area.
Yeah.
That's
so
the
you're
only
not gonna
door
see
that comes
door?
into the house, and
No,
that
you
does
do.
You're
not.
not, yes or no, we're gonna see the door or not? We are gonna see the door. So then I'm still in favor of what Abby said about that door, which is to give it. more-
Enhance the trim.
Yeah, to have it read like a front door.
It doesn't look like it's steps.
I got it.
Hey, Mark,
Yeah,
there are steps there, right? I mean, that door's not just floating.
no, the door, the only thing at the door is a platform.
Right, which is not drawn on your west elevation.
Oh,
It's more, that's just an oversight, I'm gonna imagine.
that's just an oversight.
Okay. All right, folks, what should we do with this one?
The drawings.
Well, I could make a motion to approve through staff, maybe.
How about Exhibit A?
What's that?
As an
sounds
Exhibit A.
Great,
An exhibit A, if we have one. Yeah.
yeah.
So it would be to lower the eave line on the, where the porch formerly was,
South
the south,
elevation.
just slightly, so it looks more akin to what was there. You don't have to add the hip back. Separate the windows on the south. If no windows on the east, could we put some lattice or something and throw something there to sort of mitigate the blank wall? And then on the west, beef up the trim on what will now be the front door, and is actually the front door because that's the door everybody goes in.
Okay, that's your motion, right?
That's my
That's a
motion.
through staff as per Exhibit A.
Can
Yeah,
I second that for purpose of discussion?
Sure, yep.
Mark, just a quick comment on that. Lattice climbing hydrangea will cover that in 2 years and definitely help with the sound in the summertime. That was,
How about clematis?
sure. Climbing hydrangea just really helps with sound due to its leaf structure. That's all. The only
Okay.
reason I took the time out of everyone's to mention it.
I have a massive climbing hydrangea on my property. And it flowers very nicely. The deer love it too.
Okay, so let's see, we do have a motion on the table. That was Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby.
I'm a nay.
Okay, Stephen,
I'm an A.
you're
Yay.
a yay. Okay, Diane,
Yes,
yes, okay, and Val on your motion.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so
Mark.
much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, night.
Okay,
Okay.
signing off.
Okay, thanks. Next up, 3C Street with our friend Ethan McMorrow. Hello, Ethan.
Hello. It's a new building
Where?
and I believe Union Architects will be online somewhere.
Okay,
And Kara down there at the bottom, they're gonna talk about it.
the move demo got approved on consent, right?
Yes.
I believe I did that. Okay, so now we're to the, yeah. Whoever's on Zoom with their hand raised, if you have something to say, could you unmute and let us know what? you would
Hi.
like to say?
My name is Taylor Hughes. I'm from Union Studio, and I was going to present this, but I had missed the panelist memo before that would give me the ability to speak. There we go.
Yeah, she's gonna represent it.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, Ethan.
Taylor, you want to tell them anything? Basically, it's going to be a hotel, like matching a guest house, matching 7C Street, which is in front of it, and 5C Street, which is another part of the 7C's guest house. And this is going to go in the back.
Yes, correct. So if you go back to the front elevation, we can talk through the design intent there. And that's this one here. So our intent here is to make this a classic 5-bay federal style Nantucket home. You can see that we've focused heavily on the symmetry of the structure as well as the classic detailing that would make it a 5-bay federal. We have the friendship stair at the front that would lead to a front door. And that would serve as the main entry off of that courtyard that's shared by the 3 properties that would be within this inn. We have the 2 flanking fireplaces as well that carry through to the units inside. We have a plank style window trim on this primary massing. And then in the tertiary and secondary masses that are behind the structure, you'll have a more traditional style window casings. All of the windows would be single pane wood style windows, keeping with the Nantucket tradition, and all of the doors as well would be wood style.
And there's a 3D model you can scroll to see what it looks like from the street.
It's a separate,
Oh, yeah, it's a
There it
separate
is.
attachment.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, in terms of representing the project, has everyone spoken that wants to speak?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Holly, it's to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is a new commercial structure. And it would have to comply with our Resilient Nantucket design guidelines. It's located with FEMA AE8. And I will say that I had an opportunity to meet with the applicants to go over the proposal, and I'm glad that we're looking at a federal. So it's a 5-bay federal with 6-panel front door with transom and mantel shelf, flanking end chimneys with antique brick, 6/6 windows, plank frame windows, friendship stairs, and these are elements. I do have a couple elements that should be revised. As mentioned, the building must comply with FEMA. However, there are things that can be done to mitigate the height, which would be to reduce the first and second floor ceiling heights. They're both proposed as 8'3". I do understand this is a commercial structure, but they should be reduced as much as possible. And I do notate that there are about 2 feet between floors. is that needed? And my whole reason for that is, again, understanding we're in our flood zone and our resilient Nantucket, want to look at the fact that the proposal is 39 feet to the ridge. If we can reduce that somehow, that would be great. The second floor window headers, it obviously is a Nantucket detail. There's some things a little bit off. It could be the rendering. But do definitely appreciate the historic precedence that's been provided. There's also a water table that's being proposed to obviously separate where the first floor is in the crawl space area. If that could be reduced or minimized, or even removed, I think that would help soften it a little bit. The fact that, this location is pushed back farther. So obviously a federal is in keeping with a, typical Nantucket, but at the same time, having it very formal, I want to kind of mimic that down a little bit, if that makes any sense. And then I noticed that the chimney corbelling it should reflect more of the typical historical precedent of the corbelling. It seems a little modern. The secondary mass, I noticed is a little bit reduced in height, but if you notice that this has a first floor and second floor, so that third floor area is actually, probably not even, it's not livable space. So my point would be to drop that if at all possible, especially again, how there's no third floor. I overall appreciate the streetscape and the historic example. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. And I'm just going to say for the record, we don't have any HSAB because they didn't publish any, and B, there's nobody present to read any. Anybody other than the board want to speak on this before it goes to the board? Okay, then it is to the board. Comments from the board.
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I think my only concern is the overall height and the fact that the two buildings aside it.
Man,
Yeah. That
just wait a second.
Who's talking?
Yeah.
Diane.
Continue, Val.
So the buildings next to it are, down at the normal level of houses before all this cataclysmic sea level rise. So to me, it's a little bit of a disconnect. I know that I guess they have to do that. So I agree with Holly. I'd like to know more about why the floor structure is so deep. And what did they give a letter, a certificate? No. So we need to have that, the flood certificate, what the absolute minimum needs to be for the floor system. And anything you can do to reduce the height slightly would be great, but I think it's a handsome building and it will fit in. It's just too bad it has to be raised up next to the two other ones. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Diane. Go ahead.
I'm concerned about the height of C Street is a funny little street with the sewer connection and all that. This is a big building, 50 feet long,
Yep.
approximately. I would like to see it made a little smaller. Holly's suggestion of dropping because it's not livable space up in the attic is a good thing. And for my particular thing, I think that the friendship stairs should be a single stair, not quite so formal. Compared to the other houses on C Street and in the area. I just it just sort of steps out and says, here I am, a new building. I think a single staircase would be good if it can be fit in. And I don't understand about the driveway going in. Where is anybody going to park back there, or is that not request needed?
Am I allowed to address that?
Yeah,
Yes, so looking at this site plan, we do have accommodation for one parking space that would be handicap accessible as well as van accessible for the accessibility and ease of the people visiting this inn.
okay, so the different parking spaces are not sort of connected. Looking at the site plan, you've got two sort of for the front house, and then that one going in the back with is that one drawing. I think it's a very nice looking building. It's just the largeness of it, and the 5 bay is good. It's very well designed, but I these made smaller and the front stairs simplified. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Who's
Thank you.
next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
Can we go to the 8201 west? North elevation, sorry. So like my cohorts, my concern is about the height. I'm also concerned that the perception of this structure is, despite its height, it's squatty. What I mean by that is for a 5 bay, in most bays, the window space, the vertical space between the windows is typically significantly less, probably in the order of 8 to 10 feet overall on the structure. So almost a fifth, if not more. By decreasing the height, if it's between the floors, this is going to look more like it should be a colonial garrison than a federal. Perhaps there's some masking that can be done perception-wise with the size of the windows. That's a primary concern on the north front elevation, and it will reflect, I think, on the west. It'll certainly reflect on the west or the east, but whichever one has the that large gable, the east, you can have the same effect, very short, and then the west, where you're going to have this kind of squat. If we take anything out of the height, I'm also concerned about taking anything out of the height with respect to the roof pitches, and it does appear, looking at the floor plans, that the extra height between the floors is due to the fact that this is modular. So no solutions, just concerns.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I agree with everybody about the massiveness of this building and how it relates to the other two. I think it's going to sort of jump out. I'd like to see that height reduced and especially drop the back L. I'm concerned about the chimneys and where they're placed. I think historically they go out to the sides more. I'm wondering what those basement windows are on the front. Vents? Oh, vents. Yeah, I'm not sure that's appropriate. I mean, they just look, you know, it just looks very odd to me. I don't mind the friendship stairs because it's sort of a courtyard now, appealing to you know, it's centered in the middle, and I think a lot of the success of this building is going to be how it is how you get in there from C Street, that it's an opportunity to make it like a nice I don't know, something in the middle and keep it this sort of balanced design. But I think my main concern is the height. bringing all of that down as much as possible. What is the height on this?
30,
It's actually 39 feet to the ridge.
39.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
the overall is 30 feet in keeping with the zoning ordinance, that allows 30 feet of height above the, minimum floor related to flood elevation.
All right, we understand. Just,
Okay, so that's a main concern of everybody, so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what to do about the vents. I think you have some around the sides and the back, which would be fine, but I'm not sure if the front of the house is appropriate. In a historic. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the landscaping. I think that could really be the success of this. Thank you.
okay, Abby, thanks. So everyone has expressed concern over the height, and now that I know what it actually is, I'm concerned too. Interestingly, my larger concern is with the width. As Diane and Stephen alluded to, your 5-bay federal style, and you have some photographs of some very good examples of the 5-bay federal. One being, let's see, 10 Milk Street, the other one being 34 Orange. You've got a great one there at 82 Main. You will notice that in the 5-bay cadence, the space between windows 1 and 2 and 4 and 5 is always narrower or equal to the windows themselves. Generally, it's narrower. And in your case, it's actually wider. And the reason why is because you're trying to stretch out a 5-bay federal 10 feet beyond what it normally is in terms of the width. So for me, and by the way, if it looks this wide at 39 feet high, or did we really say 36, 39? What was the real number?
No, it's 39.
The sea level is 39 feet. If you look at the grade line, there's a sea level is like 4 feet below grade.
Oh,
So I
okay.
think the building's actually more like 34.
34. Anyway, taking down the height and leaving the width the same at 50 feet is going to certainly exacerbate what I just am talking about. So my issue is really that I think that the width of the building should be reduced. It's funny, right in front of this at 7 C Street is what I think is a 5-bay. And there the windows are situated properly, at least bays 1 and 2. Can't speak to 2 and 3. Those are my comments. So can I have a motion on this one?
Yeah, hold for revisions.
Sounds good, Abby. Thank you. On Abby's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. We'll go to Stephen.
Can I comment?
There's an aye. Go ahead, Stephen. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out for the sake of everyone involved. We had voted in a best practice that material changes would occur within 3 meetings on any application to avoid an outright denial. So I just want to broadcast that to union so they're aware of it. Not in response to anything you have or haven't done, but just as a general matter. And I.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. So Abby on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That's all in favor. So we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, jumping forward to 4B Goldfinch, we have an addition and color change. Do we have somebody to rep this? No one in the audience, apparently. Shouldn't say apparently.
Looks like the homeowner.
It is the homeowner.
Yeah.
Anybody? Any takers? If not, what we're going to do is we're going to hold this for representation. If they happen to show up, somebody please let me know and then we can go back to it, okay?
Okay,
Good?
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to move forward to 18 Daffodil. That's a Val Oliver project. So Connie, I think you're on this one in the rotation. You're good with that?
Yep.
All right.
You want
fantastic.
to put Joe on too? I'll sit off.
Okay. Joe and Connie, no Stephen, and obviously no Val. Okay, There
This
you are.
is a home, a new home to be built behind an existing home. On Daffodil, the homeowners are here, Beth Gennaro and Kit Noble.
hey, guys.
It's a very deep lot. If you look at the site plan and the locus plan, and then I provided also an aerial on the next page. There's a photo from the street. You can see the house that's existing, and this is going behind it. It's a modular Dreamline. Natural to weather trim, natural to weather everywhere, to match existing in terms of the roof shingles, which are black, sand tone sash, and an Essex green front door. It's 2711 in height. And yeah, I think it's
Okay,
appropriate for the area.
you guys want to say anything or just?
They're afraid.
Are you sure? Come on now. All right, all right, anybody else want to speak on this?
It's good.
Otherwise. Who is that?
That's me, Diane.
Oh, does that mean you would like to
No,
opine?
I would like to say it's good. Fits
Oh.
in with Daffodil, and it stretches around to Evergreen, and it should be good. Both front and back, if you can see any of the back.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Who's next? Abby, Joe, Connie.
I'll go.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, I agree with Diane. I think it's appropriate structure. It is far back from the street. So I think you, given it's all 2-story eaves, that's mitigated. All your windows line up. It's almost like you know what you're doing. I think it's great.
Okay.
And then the only thing that crossed my mind was whether or not the hip at the front door makes sense, but it wraps around the corner and you've got the hip completed on the porch. So overall, I think it's an attractive building.
Okay,
Could
Joe,
I go?
thanks. Yes,
also
Abby,
because,
please.
Off of Joe, I feel that the hip roof over the front door could be a little more successful if it was deeper. It looks a little pinched on, especially on the left. And it looks like it's just off center. I wonder if it couldn't take up that whole gable and maybe wrap around a dead end into the side. Maybe that side could be more shallow, but it just looks a little off center, and it's just makes my jaw go sort of not quite coming together. But other than that, I think it's fine.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Connie, I think that's to you now.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add. I like it.
Okay. Abby, I understand what you're talking about, and I agree. Although I think that the fact that this is situated far back on the lot is a mitigating factor. The balance thing, basically, you want to see the hip roof return on the other side, like on the right side as well as the left side.
Yeah, and on the left side, it just seems a little pinched. It doesn't even look like it's 8, it looks like it's 5 feet. I mean, I don't know if you could really.
Well, the front porch is actually deeper, but the side porch is the thing that's making it pitched.
I
Yeah.
think it's because the size of the lot is the depth of the porch on the side, but I was going to propose just bringing that roof over so that it's a basic shed instead of a hoop
On the right side.
over the door.
Yeah, if people like that, I think that might be better,
Oh.
but I don't know.
I don't mind that.
Can I just say one? I think that I just looked at the 2 roof pitches on this and they're both 5 pitches and the front,
Impossible.
right?
It's impossible.
Impossible, right?
It is.
Yes, so if they are both 5 pitches and the side porch is 2 feet narrower than the front porch, they aren't gonna meet at the corner the way that they're shown in the elevation. Unless
You know what he means,
you
right,
adjust the
Val?
pitch
Yes,
on
Yep.
that,
So
so,
I think.
think
you
it's
need to
just
adjust the pitch.
mislabeled.
yeah, I think you just need to adjust the pitch
She's
to
dealing
make
with a
it work.
setback issue on the
Yeah,
side.
yeah,
And I'd rather have the front porch wider.
Yeah,
just like
I
Abby.
agree.
So how do people feel about this idea of like not having the hip roof return on itself over the front door, just letting it go to a regular shed?
Well, I like it.
You guys okay with that? Cause I think that would, and you guys are all right with that? Okay. Diane, you're good with that?
Yep.
All right, so I think we have liftoff here. If somebody could make that motion.
So
Yeah, I was-
motion,
Oh, go ahead, Diane, sorry.
no, that's right. You go.
Oh, sounded like you had it all prepped. Motion forward approval through staff with the front or north elevation hip roof over the front door to become a simple shed
On the right.
on the right. Yeah.
And I would only add to that just for the purpose of keeping things clean, that Val, you should
Correct the pitches.
relabel the roof pitches because they will be 2 different pitches.
Yep.
Okay, and that would be a through staff. So that's Joe's motion on Joe's
Mr.
motion.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
I just, from a procedural concept
Yeah.
side, if I may, just with minutes and things along those lines, it's a lot, I think, not a lot, but quicker if it's an exhibit A
Is
as opposed to a staff approval.
I
yeah.
can sketch an
whenever we-
exhibit A,
Yeah, staff exhibit A.
which I've done
Yeah.
before, I just sketch over the
Oh,
PDF
As
that's been
opposed to a
submitted
narrative.
with
Well,
my
yeah,
iPad.
yeah, I love that. So you can do that?
Yeah.
All right, so we are looking at an exhibit A on that. And Joe, you just simply say, as per exhibit A through staff. You comfortable with that?
Yes,
Changing the language somewhat. Okay, so on Joe's modified motion, Abby,
Aye.
very good. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Connie,
I,
Joe on your modified motion,
aye.
and Ray's in favor also. So that's approved. There you guys go.
Thank
You'll
you.
have dinner now. Okay,
Elvis.
63 Cato Lane, Lot B. Let's go.
Same board. Also,
Same board? Same board, folks. Yeah,
Okay,
because I'm hoping you can share the Eel Point Road ones. I'd rather stay off of that one.
this is a
If you don't.
proposed single family dwelling modular as well. At the rear of 63 Cato has been subdivided and everybody knows Elvis. Elvis Butler.
Yep,
Uh,
aye.
He just purchased that as a covenant lot. And it's just a basic 2-story
Okay,
house.
all right.
Yep. Natural to weather, everything, white sash, black roof.
Sounds good. Val, thank you.
Yeah,
So this is the same board. Joe and Connie are sitting on this one. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
Again, it's a good, simple house that goes with what's built on there on Cato Lane. And I see no problems with it.
Sounds good. Thank you. Who's next?
I can just add it.
You go
Um,
ahead.
Like, I just think the windows are a little bit small. I know that makes it more expensive, but I think it would add to its aesthetic if they were just a little bit bigger. I think the front door needs to be trimmed out so it really has a presence. I think it would look really good with a heftier trim and maybe it has a porch of some sort.
No
Other
porch.
than that, what's going on with the French doors in the rear there on the west? Is that just
they're wide, but they won't be seen from anywhere.
They're probably an 8-foot wide French door. Do you mean the light?
No, I just, sorry, just saw them. They're like, I've never seen them so wide.
They do make 8-foot wide doors, but although.
what they are.
Because of the light, that's the standard light configuration. for
And
that.
we can also remove the grills completely. If you look at the site plan, I think you'll see there is no visibility of this structure.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, all right. All right, that's, the front door and size of window.
Windows. Okay. Abby, thank you. Joe, Connie, either one of you.
Sure. I think it's a simple enough house. The only thing, and it is far back from the street. The only thing that jumped out to me is that it's exactly 30 feet tall. And if the second floor plate height was 7'6" instead of 8 feet,
Mhm.
or if there was,
I could do an 8 pitch as well.
or change the pitch. Yeah, it just makes me nervous approving something that's 30 foot dash 0
Right
inches
there.
tall.
Because there's just an attic. There's nothing up
Yeah.
there, so that's fine.
So that would be my only comment, just get it
So we'll go
below.
from a 9 to an 8.
Yeah.
All right, Joseph, is that it, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, Connie,
Yeah, I guess, again, I have nothing else to add. Other than, like Joe said, changing the pitch. Bigger windows would be nice, but, you know, that's certainly up to. If it's an added expense.
okay, thank you. I like the idea of the larger windows, and I think Joe's got onto something with the 8 and 12, that's fine. How,
They're 2.646 now.
yeah, can you go like 2.8? I don't know what the
I think
standard,
2.8 is the rough opening of these, so. Like,
is it onerous to make them larger?
it's just more money and.
Yeah.
That's up to Elvis.
Elvis, windows are like a boat. You always want them bigger, but it's too late to do it once they're done.
Well.
I'm
let
not
me
suggesting you spend your money. I'm just saying.
May I propose something?
Yeah, go.
Do larger windows on the first floor, so like a 3052. It's an Anderson. They're Anderson windows, and then leave the second floor as they are, the 2.646.
Can we look at that front elevation again?
The front elevation is the only one we're gonna see, right?
Right,
How would you all feel about just making those windows larger? Just.
I
on
think
one-
that's good.
Well, that's kind of what.
Then
I
at
meant.
least they're consistent.
I think they
Yeah.
only need to be taller,
Just on
actually.
the front. Okay,
And we're just talking modest. they can
One
go
size
2.6
up.
to 2.8.
Yeah,
Yeah, one size, horizontally and vertically.
yeah.
Okay, so, oh,
and what
and
about jazzing up the?
can you
the,
do a little more frontispiece for us?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
all right, all right. So can somebody make a motion on this?
I can.
Go
do
for
that.
it.
Okay, so on the front of the house, front elevation, which is east.
Right.
That window will go up 1 size larger. And that the front door be trimmed out in a more classical manner. And that the pitch change to, I didn't quite understand.
An 8.
9 and 12.
9 to an 8.
12.
Okay, the pitch gets changed to an 8
Yep.
and 12.
Okay. That
You
is,
want to do an
obvious.
exhibit A for that as well?
If someone can, that would be great.
Volunteer Joe.
Yeah, Joe's the.
Sure.
Thank you, Joe.
Second, the volunteering.
Yeah,
of
every
Joseph.
meeting, my iPad investment is paying off.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Wait, is that your own personal iPad?
Yeah,
Oh, you're not allowed to do that. You
Yeah,
have to use the town sponsored one.
which
Do
is
I?
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely do.
because it's
We
small.
have to erase all that with a magnet now. Okay, so Joe's gonna be
gullible.
producing an exhibit A that's gonna be reviewed by staff. So let's see, that was Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Connie,
I,
Joe,
hi.
thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Very good. And Abby on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you.
There it goes. Thank you. Good luck with the new house.
Yeah.
Good night. Okay, so Mr. Welch is gonna chair the next 3.
Okay. And do we have in the queue, someone from workshop? EPD?
You send that down.
Yeah.
There.
I do not see anybody from workshop.
Where are you guys on this in terms of rotation?
We both sat on the last two, so I don't know.
What?
Oh, I see.
You got the number?
I got it.
Okay. Pick a number between 1 and 10.
Okay,
You guys
Seven.
say it out loud at the same time. 1, 2, 3,
3.
4. Okay, so closest without going over.
That's Joe.
Okay, Joe's
Yeah.
sitting.
Oh, my God.
I didn't have a quarter in my.
I don't know if
pocket.
that's
Boy.
good or bad.
Mr. Chair, I don't see workshop in the
For
queue.
those of you unfamiliar, that's part of our best practices.
It is.
Little bit of Vegas gaming. So it sounds like we got nobody to rep 6, 7, and 8. I'm
So I make
correct.
a motion to hold for representation.
All right, well, we don't actually need to do the motion. We can just
Okay.
like skip it.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about, let's move to Stone Post Way. Do we have anybody? Todd, are you there, sir? Got no Todd?
I don't see Todd in the queue.
What?
Can I just ask what a salteration is?
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, no.
It was just a typo, but it was funny because,
Oh.
we're in a maritime environment.
Yeah.
Say they're changing the roof to a salt block?
Salt, that'd be a good way to
It
say
must be
it.
something. I just don't know what the term means.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like Todd's here either for Stone Post Way. In both cases, that being Eel Point Road and Stone Post, and there was another one at Goldfinch. If those people show up, we'll just return to them. How about 16 Golf View? Really? Golf View?
That's my mother.
Oh, so you're here to rep. Oh,
Yeah. Watching and thinking.
you could have zoomed in, but here you are. That's even better. Okay. So let's see who your board is on this. Do we have the full board on this one?
Right. Yes.
Wait. Even
I'm sorry.
you.
I think this
Yeah,
is a
sure.
renewal of previous approval, correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
Oh.
I've talked to your mom before.
Okay,
So it was approved as a modular a while ago, I think.
so let's just, for the record, we have our full regular board sitting on this. 16 Golf View, which I now understand might be a renewal of a previous. And I'm sorry, could you give me your, so you want to go up to the mic, your name for the record,
My name is Peter Owen.
thank you. And why don't you just tell us what you're hoping to get here?
We're hoping to put this little dwelling in the front yard of the existing 16 Golfview Drive.
Okay,
I think the only thing that was missing, Peter, was an actual site plan showing exactly where it was going.
oh, I'm not finding that.
No,
Mm-mm.
Oh,
but,
Mine's got a big black
exist-
bar across it.
But it is appropriate. I know this property.
It's going in the front of the house or behind?
It's going to
did
the
have one of
side.
those. I don't know why we didn't get it with everything else.
Ooh.
Do you want to hold for the site plan?
Well, could you point out on the site, like where the heck it is?
Well,
Sure.
but, okay. All right, fine.
I think I know where it is. Look at that. That's
Could you also corroborate whether Val's correct? That this is a
Yeah, that corner, and so the garage
driveway.
goes around it. Yeah.
Oh, there's a garage there now?
Oh, no, I mean, the driveway.
Yeah. Okay.
The driveway goes around it.
Is this a reapproval of something that was already approved?
It's actually a little bit different.
Oh, it is.
This is the location right here,
Yeah.
and the driveway was gonna move.
Okay.
Okay.
And the front door faces the driveway.
Correct.
So you look at the, on the side.
Yeah.
You see the gable.
Front porch faces the drive, which means that the west elevation faces Gulfview.
Yeah.
I get that right? Yeah, okay. All right, does everyone feel like we've got enough information to move forward with this? Does everybody understand the sighting, orientation, all that? If so, we can continue.
Can you give me one more rundown on the sighting? Obviously, it'll be in the front yard to the left of the driveway unless the driveway is being
The
relocated.
driveway is gonna move.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I just think as a matter of practice, we should at the very least include an
Yeah.
exhibit A that
Yeah.
shows the site. Okay. Gotcha, thank you.
East is on Gulf Drive.
If you're
Is there-
looking at this right now, it's gonna go here.
Yeah.
The front door is gonna face the driveway, and the driveway is gonna scooch over. So what's facing the road essentially is north. I think, right?
No,
Wait, that doesn't make sense.
no.
I think they're
It's,
misled.
if north it faces the drive, then west faces Gulfview.
Right, okay.
Okay,
That's the one we're concerned about.
west is the one that has the side
Yeah,
door.
yeah, The side door, okay.
Mhm.
My iPad is in its way.
Oh, no.
Does the big plan have a site plan?
How tall is this building? Not my.
A roof.
No. So no site plan? Would you feel more comfortable if it was held for a site plan and then just,
I'm good with that site.
Okay.
I think we just need to mark something up to give them an envelope that
Yeah.
it's approved within so that we,
give me the.
diligence wise. I have no
No,
concerns with moving
the-
forward. There are some comments.
All right,
That
Is it-
has a locust plan.
here. If everyone is okay getting like a sketch site plan, which I think we can muster up. Is everyone okay moving forward with this? I'm addressing that question to the regular board, and if so, can I have somebody speak on the application and if there's any concerns?
I'm good with moving ahead and I'll
Okay.
comment that I think it would be appropriate to decrease these roof pitches a little bit. There's a lot of roof on this structure
Hmm,
and even one inch off. I think I'm reading this as a 9/12, but it's hard to make it out. And the application
I-
says
you know what,
12/12 and
I
4/12.
think it's more than that. Yeah, it is a 12 and 12.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's a 12/12, so he has a lot of room
Easy
to
name drop.
drop it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, not 9/12.
Yeah,
Thank you.
12/12. So I'm thinking if it came down to like a 10,
get the building. that makes your
and
foot
then you won't run
lower.
into too much, shouldn't run into issues with the rear dormer. And that was really my only, just the roof pitch.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
that
Yeah.
would translate over to the dormer. The gable dormers on the front.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a little bigger than that, but yeah.
Well,
So did you
just.
hear that? So
Sorry.
basically knock it down from a 12/12 to a 10/12 and on the primary and on the gable front dormers, the dog houses.
Okay, 10, 12.
That was just a comment I was making,
Okay,
because it's a lot of roof.
Are you sitting on this? Button?
yeah,
Okay.
I just happen to know Margaret.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
Do you have?
And it's I think it's a nice looking design otherwise.
It's
Um,
27, I think, I heard, but,
No.
oh, you know where I got that off the application?
Mhm.
The application, oh, no, sorry, stand corrected. I was, that the length is 27.
I'm
But-
sorry, what's your first name?
Peter,
Peter. So Peter, this change I'm suggesting won't affect your interior ceiling heights. It's just to knock that pitch down a little bit to bring your ridge height down and the gable dormer ridge heights.
I'll do an exhibit A. You know.
thank you.
Abby,
Yes,
so you were talking about the.
I wanted to know the height.
The height, and unfortunately, there's like literally nothing I can refer to that would give me the height
Looks like
as it
20.
currently stands.
The upper right of the elevations has
Ah,
something that looks
It
like
does.
smudge dash smudge.
yes.
What does that smudge say?
Hmm.
Oh, man, something foot 1 inch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one.
Okay, so the 25-1, if we go with Steven's suggestion, which is to drop the roof pitch, would really become more like 24 feet.
That would be great.
Okay. Anything else, Abby?
But well, if my wish, dreams and desires were to happen, I think I think it's the south elevation, that's the opposite of, yes, yeah, so the windows are kind of swimming in that little dormer in the back, and I would just make them a little bit bigger so that they really fit that dormer. I don't think
The
there's,
windows.
yeah, the windows are so tiny in there, and there are the windows that are already on
Oh,
that building,
yeah.
they could be a larger size and fit that dormer. I think that would look fine.
Gotcha. Okay. Abby, thank you. Let's see, we've heard from Stephen, we've heard from Abby. Diane,
Yeah, I think that dormer with the 3 windows, either separate them, bring the dormer in, or try the larger windows, but it needs to be addressed.
okay,
And on their original application, it says the height is 25.6. So I don't know if that makes any difference.
I'm just looking at the Huntington plans and it says 25-1.
yeah,
It is coming
Okay.
down, though, Diane.
It's gonna come down with the roof pitch.
Yeah,
anything else, Diane?
no, that's it.
Okay, very good, thank you. Val,
I'm doing an exhibit A.
Okay,
oh, good.
I'll make a motion to,
Let's make sure that Val, did you have anything else?
No,
Good. Okay. Okay, so Val's making an exhibit A. Abby, you want to,
motion to approve per exhibit A.
And-
And I can write that in the application if you want,
you mean the
Double.
verbiage,
double coverage.
the verbiage?
Yes. the
So
verbiage.
just to be clear on what we're approving,
I'll tell you what I have.
so,
Overall roof pitch where it's gable changes from a 12-12 to a 10-12. That carries over to the gable dormers also on the front.
Yep.
So that lowers the height by virtue of that. And then the rear south elevation, the dormer windows get larger to fill up the dormer better.
correct. You got it.
Okay.
Okay. So that is Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Stephen? No.
And I.
Very good, thank you. Diane?
I,
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
And Val, sorry to interrupt, but on the motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, thanks.
I'll send it to her. Thank you.
Yeah, good night, night.
Night.
Okay. Yeah, almost. Is Ben around?
No, but the pizzas are on.
Is it
Yeah.
Yeah,
already?
I smelled it coming.
Ooh la la. We want a break?
Yeah,
Okay, let's go get some
let's
pizza.
do it.
I love it. Okay, so it's 5:10 right now. Let's reconvene at what do you say, 5:17? 5:17. All right, let's go.
Okay. Oh, here. That way I get.
Is brought to you by Insight Global's Be the Light Tour. Ready for a better job or to pursue a new career path? Then this event is for you. Register online at insightglobal.com/career start. With Deal Lock, savings lock for weeks. Value at its peak. Freshness guaranteed. And always stress-free. The quality you crave and savings you can count on. Stop and shop. Feed the moment. What's your vision? My vision is 2200. Light perception in the right eye. Zero vision.
It makes a difference when it's still warm. I mean, it's not hot, I should say, not warm, hot.
That's what I'm gonna try and make the front of the house. My husband will say, "Which is kind of nice." He can't, that's what he likes, like Barbie's, right? Barbie's, my, oh boy. Oh.
You got.
We're late, we're late. Late, we're late. We're late, we're late, it's a very important date.
Late.
Somebody had said that Chip might not be here.
Third time, 2 weeks ago.
Chip Webster.
Oh, okay.
Like that.
Incredible. And it's not FDA approved.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Oh, we're over. Wow.
Oh.
We kept Ben waiting. Is Ben there, by the way?
I'm here.
All right. Hey, Ben.
Hey.
So let's see. Yeah. 48 Main, Sconset. Sconset. Yeah.
You let me know when you're ready for me to start.
Well, yeah, the only thing I want to do is establish the board. Everybody
Okay.
is on this main, regular board. Is that right?
Did you sign? Abby, you signed 16 Vulcan. Yeah, you said it.
Everyone on this? Regular board? All right. Okay, Ben, go ahead.
Sure. So here we are, 48 Main Street in Sconset. It's essentially the first house on the, if you're entering Sconset on the right, that's on Main Street, I guess. And supposedly it was built in 1988. I'm not exactly sure that exact date of construction, but it was vastly renovated in the early 2000s. And here we are today, looking to make new improvements to it. Kind of the biggest change is the front door entry. Right now, it's this really unfortunate looking gable form that leads into a also very unfortunate hallway to nowhere type of thing. So and then there's a mudroom door on the left side that everybody goes to, and it goes right into a laundry room. So we're trying to, I know it's not in your purview, but from a programmatic standpoint, we're trying to improve the approach and entrance into the building and kind of utilize square footage better. But you know, the general form is not changing in the building. We are looking to do like-kind replacement of all the windows with simulated divided light insulated windows. Currently they're single pane, but last time I checked, we are outside the core Sconset district. Additionally, visibility is so nil that it's hard to imagine it would be an issue. And lastly, we are doing some infilling around the sides and then expanding the screen and porch on the rear. But really just kind of soft touches on this building, not a huge change going on here. So.
With that, I'll leave it up to you guys.
Okay, thanks. Holly,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the property card indicates that it's built in 1988, but that's incorrect. There's actually an HDC survey on file. It's a little bit more little older than that. 1975 is what it says. So right there at the cusp of contributing. It's just outside the SOHD, excuse me. And as far as comments goes, changing the front entry is appropriate. However, I think the front door and the side lights are not appropriate. Needs to be changed. The changes to the south while expanding the existing porch to a larger with screens. The existing is better proportioned. And although it's not visible from the road, the adjacent land all around this property is actually owned by the land bank, so public access. Expanding the second floor deck above on the south, I don't think is appropriate, and I would recommend to keep as is. So those are my comments. And I did want to mention, I did receive an email from Mr. Rob Benchley out there in Sconset, and he said that they weren't able to meet this week, but everything on tonight's agenda seemed appropriate. So those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank
all
you.
right. Thank you. Okay. Anybody want to speak on this other than board members? There we go. All right. Who wants to begin? Thank you.
I had looked at this previously and I don't think I have any concerns because of the lack of visibility.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Who's next? Okay. You mean like expand it?
I don't. Am I going?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm okay with the proposed. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
I'll go.
Stephen, thanks.
Yeah, I actually think it's not an improvement. I really, Ben, would ask if it's at all possible, those half round gable vents, the one in particular that's going to be viewed from the north, if they were replaced with just a gable vent, a triangular gable vent that gets buried up in under the rake fascia, I just think it'd go a long way in helping to finish this very nice, charming change. But you're not proposing it, but I'm saying it.
Would be a good deal. There's those 70s.
You know, natural in the weather, they're just gonna blend right in. But in any event, or a plain old rectangular one. What's up?
The side, okay. So there it is. Diane.
I think the turning the windows in, as Steven suggested, is a good idea. This place does not particularly knock me over with awe. So I think it's good that it's not easily seen. I think the front doors is kind of weird with the double windows right next to it. If it's outside the district, I guess they can go with the SDL. So anyway, that's all.
Okay. Diane, thank you. So a question on this front door, that's new, obviously. Ben, a couple things. One, are the two panels on the top of the door itself glass?
Yes.
And also the side lights don't have muttons in them, even though the 6/6 windows obviously do.
Yeah, we could go with a 3 light pattern in those side lights. And I don't really want to do it in the door, but,
Like 3 lights vertical.
right, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I certainly think that would be a step in the right direction. I don't know how everybody else feels about the,
So there are no,
What?
markings.
there are none currently. And I think that it would be more appropriate if they
Yeah.
had 3 panes vertical.
Yeah.
And then as for the door itself, you know, it's, I don't know,
Is that glass?
it's
Oh,
glass. Those
oh.
two panels are glass.
Yeah, we can make those upper panels, solid and not glass, but just a panel like the bottom, so it's 3
Yeah,
lights on each side and solid.
that would be certainly safer.
Yep, that's fine.
Then I think you're good to go. All right. So that's it through staff. We're going to, the front door is going to become a 4-panel door, no glass, and the side lights around that door will have 3 panes in them. That's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Val.
And possibly take out that half round.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
is that possible?
Um,
Man,
I think it would be possible to replace it with a natural to weather one. I just, I expect that it is using creating a function of venting a little attic space up there. That's, this isn't an isomine building, I suspect, so, we do need airflow through there.
but
I
Stephen's
think
not
we're
suggesting
suggesting-
getting rid of it. He's
Right.
just suggesting getting rid of the half round bit.
Sure, so like a rectangular one or
Yeah.
triangular, want to do triangular thing?
We
Or
could- the
window.
triang-
Okay,
Go ahead, Stephen.
The triangular one, Ben, you can bury up tight,
Yep.
and if it's natural to weather, it just fades away. The rectangular you can do too. They're, obviously available.
Yeah. No, triangular will work. I can envision that. That's no problem.
And as Steven said, the one facing the road is really the important one.
Right.
Okay, so let's see. Was somebody making a motion on this?
Yeah, I think it was Abby.
Was this an exhibit A?
Yeah,
What did we do?
well, we'll
about the
do an
gable
exhibit
window?
A.
The gable vent to a rectangle on the north elevation.
Right. Got that.
Do we have a small one?
So Val,
I'll do an exhibit A, yes,
oh, you're doing the exhibit A?
Oh, yeah, he has it. This.
Abby, are you doing the exhibit A on this?
No, I'm just writing comments.
And I'll write exhibit A before our comments.
Oh, okay. Abby, was it your motion?
Yes.
Okay, on Abby's motion, Val,
I,
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
aye.
Abby on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there's that.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, Ethan, 7 Golf View. You can go ahead.
Okay, sure. Ethan Griffin on behalf of the applicant. This is a new front porch and front door proposed to an existing house in Gulfview. The house is constructed maybe around the mid to late 2000s. It's a pretty straightforward application. Really limited visibility from Gulfview, but I'm sure you can, it is the front, so you'll see it.
Thanks. Holly, I got a question for, actually, it's for anybody in the staff or anybody that knows anything about this. I'm realizing that there's a little bit of feedback occurring and I turned off my mic. And it's coming from my mic. Yeah, if I turn it off, it goes away.
Yeah. So, oh, here, take this one.
That's not. It's back, I think.
Is it
That's it.
because of that brain scan you had?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Some residual
No, it's not.
electromagnetic.
It's good. No.
Okay. Yeah, it's feeding back.
I'll see if I.
It's kind of like wearing shirts with your collar up, but wearing two of them. Can I move this for you?
Well, if, yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. All right, so. Ethan, you're adding a front porch
And a new front door.
and a new front door. 4-panel Dutch door, right?
Correct. 4
Okay.
light, 1 panel.
Yeah, that's it.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, that is, seeing as we're moving so rapidly, that is the regular board sitting on this. Okay, so Stephen has made a motion just to approve this as submitted. Let's try that out. Val,
Aye.
very good. Abby, great. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
Yep, and I'm in favor. There you go. Ethan. So you have trouble.
Thank you very much. For what it's worth, I think my other one is even easier.
Oh, that's impossible.
I mean, it.
It
This
could
is how it's-
We-
this is how it
What
starts,
we
Jesus.
proposed, approved like 3 HCC submissions ago, but
This may not have been reviewed
got
by
it.
somebody to put it on consent.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. Okay, so let's go to 90 Pocomo Road, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Chip?
This is in the queue.
Chip is in a queue?
Lucas.
Oh, Lucas. Is he unmuted?
Yes.
Okay,
Hey, all. Yeah, I'm sitting in for Chip this week.
okay, very good.
Ready whenever you guys are.
Oh, this is a gate. Is there anything you want to tell us about the gate? Lucas, that was addressed to you.
I'm sorry, this. Oh, yes, fantastic. So I didn't see this project coming up as well, so I was looking for 21 Wigwam. No, pretty straightforward. They're looking to add a gate. We supplied some photos up and down the street, and by far this is the most common gate structure. About 30% of the houses will have something similar. It's right up against the street front, and we included below the precedent photos, the photos of the existing conditions of the driveway.
Okay, thanks. Board members.
I'll go.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying it's the Procter & Gamble house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's natural to weather, which makes it a lot more palatable to me. Just as a general comment, it's funny, in the old days, we tried to stay away from gates. Remember that? Nobody wanted you to gate your property off, but the horses left the
Jeff
barn.
Bump, the chairman at the time, threw a pencil
Well,
at me
that's-
because I proposed a gate over on. It was for Stanley Jaffe. Jeff Bump.
Oh, I remember that.
He threw a pencil at me, just missed my head. And then he apologized to Pat Butler. I never got an apology.
You see how civil HCC meetings used to be?
Yeah, yeah.
They didn't have YouTube
let me
back
tell
then,
you.
so you didn't get
Oh,
banned.
boy, I could tell you some stories.
Well,
Anyway,
I'm lucky
so-
this is over Zoom then.
Yeah. Oh, the days of throwing pencils in pens are far behind us.
Now we use water bottles.
Yeah. Okay, so Val, you've opined, right?
Yeah.
Abby,
No, I'm good. I'm good with it.
okay, thank you, Stephen.
You want to take Diane and then I'll make a motion.
Diane,
Aye.
well, not I, are you okay?
Yeah.
All right, fine, okay, I think,
Aye. Motion to approve is submitted.
There it is. Stevens made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
All right.
and me too. Okay, that's approved. Okay, now we can go to your wigwam.
Can I sit off
Yeah.
for a minute?
That would be great. I'm sure these guys are eager to get a piece of the action. So where's the rotation? Can anybody?
Joe won.
Connie's next and then,
Connie's next? Okay, so Connie, you're gonna be on these next.
well, I got Joe down for 31 point. That's all.
Joe won the, but,
What was that, Connie?
oh, I should say Joe won the number thing.
Yeah, I won the number thing for 31 point.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's, oh, yeah,
So
that's right.
Connie's,
Yeah. We need to bring in a deck of cards.
That means you're up, right?
Yeah. I guess.
yeah.
We won.
Okay. So let's start with the main house.
So 21 with one.
Actually, I think it's just a guest house on this one, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was looking at
Just,
the wrong.
yeah.
Guest house
more
first.
clarification there.
Okay. I just saw new dwelling, but that's the new guest house.
So guest house first?
Yes.
Am I able to share screen or is it easier if it's queued up on your end?
You can share your screen.
Looks just like us.
Alrighty, so there is 4 applications for this site. I figured I'd just kind of go through all of them in
No.
one shot, if that makes sense to you guys, since they're all right next to each other.
No, let's stick to the guest house and then we'll go from there.
You got it. Alrighty, so this is on 21 Wigwam at the end of Russell's Way. You can see the site layout as I'll zoom in here on the site plan. We have an existing main house and then a proposal for a new guest house, pool and cabana. The guest house is situated closer to the road. It's a fairly simple structure. Let's jump right down to the elevations. So a single story structure with a 4-panel slider facing inward towards the pool.
This is, excuse me, Lucas, this is the guest house?
That's correct.
It's funny, it looks like the pool cabana.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe better named, but this set up as a guest house, but correct. This is
Okay,
the,
fine. Yeah,
Downsizing is the new black.
yeah.
Yes.
it's got merit.
Okay,
Yeah, so single story structure does do kind of double duty as a pool house and a guest house. We have an open air pool cabana. So to differentiate the two, calling this the guest house. But the 4-panel slider with the trellis facing inward towards the pool, with its back towards the street front. Other than that, pretty self-explanatory structure, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
okay, thanks.
I have one.
Go, Stephen.
Lucas, can you speak to visibility and the permanence of the vegetation?
Yeah, absolutely. So I can jump back to the cover here. It's a dead flat site, but it's got some pretty permanent shrubbery in the street front with probably about 20. Actually, no, let's see, the setback I believe is 15 feet here, so it's got at least 40 feet of vegetation between the street front and where the guest house will be situated. Without ridge poles, I couldn't tell you the exact visibility, but I would imagine you would just be able to see the kind of the roof peeking through. You can see a photo here from the street looking at the main house, which is a 2-story structure. And you see maybe half of that main structure. But you can imagine the pool house would be situated right to the left of the main structure, and the main structure being a 2-story and this one being a single story. I'd imagine you'd see the roof coming over the shrubs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to open it up to the board. You know who you are.
I'm fine
It's
with it.
Abby.
I'm good with it.
Abby's good with it. Diane?
Yeah, I just was trying to, it, pool's bigger than the cabana or the guest house, whatever you want to call it. I'm fine.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie?
I'm okay with it. I just wonder why it kind of looks a little out of sorts with that huge, is that like a porch or,
With the pergola.
The pergola thing?
oh, is that a pergola?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Mm.
You just don't like the pergola?
I just don't like how it extends out so far from the little guest house.
Oh, okay,
Oh, I see. Yeah. the proportion.
all right.
Yeah,
Thank you, Stephen.
I don't disagree with Connie, and I'd add that given the 8-foot doors, the pergola is a little tall. But on the other hand, you're not gonna see anything on this, given the vegetation out there and the fact that it's a pool, and we're gonna put our not visible time inspector thereafter on the pool, so. Proportionality wise, I think it could be improved, but I'm good with it as it is.
Okay. I am too, also by virtue of the fact that between the Wigwam Road and the pergola is the so-called guest house, so that's gonna do a lot of the blocking for us. Could somebody move this?
Motion to approve is submitted.
There it is. Stevens made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye,
thank you, Connie,
I,
very good, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. There it is, one down. Let's go to
Right.
the cabana.
oh,
All right, so you're already familiar with the site plan, but as a reminder, so the cabana now is on the opposite end of the pool. This is an open air structure. Similar, shorter in height with a full bar set up at the rear of the structure and open column grids at the corners.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go.
Yep.
Atypical, but given the distance from the house, hidden by the house, hidden by the cabana dwelling, shed, I think it's approvable.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I concur.
You concur, okay,
Abby.
very good. Abby,
Is this just for the shed?
this is for the cabana.
The cabana.
Can you go to somebody else? I just got.
Yeah, sure. Diane?
yeah, I don't think you'll see it. So I would go with it.
Okay. There you go, Abby.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is a little unconventional, but it's on the other side.
It's on the
Okay.
inside
yeah,
of the
yeah.
lot. Good,
Yeah. I just
All right.
put up an umbrella.
I think we can, yeah, I know exactly.
Mhm.
Deeper. Can we move this?
Motion to approve.
All right, Stevens made a motion to approve. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Connie.
I,
Diane. Stephen on your motion.
Aye,
Thanks.
along with the pool and the shed.
And I'm in favor. Diane?
I,
Aye, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Okay, so we got that. Okay,
the shed.
Stevens Stephen's getting ahead of my skis at least.
Yeah.
He's ready to approve the pool and the shed. So pool,
Cool.
we have to do our due diligence. Just look at it. Well, I think where you were going was you're gonna like approve this with the proviso,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
20 by 40.
yeah,
Just. Okay.
noting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Any comments?
I have a comment. I think
Go.
it's the vegetation that's allowing us to approve this. And so that we probably, of course, we put in the proviso.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. So in other words, you're good with it?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Anyone else? Maybe you should try.
Motion to approve, as submitted, subject to not visible time of inspection or thereafter.
Sounds good. All right, that's Stephen's motion on the pool. On the motion, Abby,
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Diane. Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. And I'm in favor. Okay, there's the pool. How about the shed?
Motion to approve.
There it is,
Yeah, I can't even,
It's this.
the lightning round. You are the lightning round.
I know. I'm just not in a lightning round.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, all of this is.
Oh, yeah,
not-
yeah, this.
Yeah, none of it's business.
All right, so
Thank you.
if I'm gonna poll the board on Stephen's motion to approve this as submitted. Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, and Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, there we go, sir.
Thank you guys so much. And
Thank you.
Chip says his best.
All right,
Thank
now we're on to 15 Lily. Carrie, is that you?
That's me, Ray. It's Luke Thornwell.
Oh, Luke,
This-
okay.
This is my street. Am I okay to be on it? It's like 12. No, I'm 12 buildings away.
You are. Now, I think just in the interest of, strictly in the interest of allowing the associate members who have gone out of their way to be here, I'm gonna sit off on a couple of these and they look pretty straightforward and
Well, stuff.
you okay, Stephen?
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
So we're gonna start with 15 Lily. We've got, who's in the rotation? Me. Joe on the next two. And we'll go from there. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Yeah.
Luke, why don't you walk us through rapidly? Reasonably so.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, this structure garage is in the rear of the property. So as you can see from the photograph, with the gates in front of it, that it's visible from the street. Currently, there's cobblestone gray doors. We're simply proposing a set of 12 white doors to go there. Instead, they're converting the garage area to a fitness area for the home. Other than that, we're on the north elevation, removing a door, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Oh, I'm sorry. And then based on the approval of the main, right now, based on the approval of the main house, it may or may not be all turned into white trim. I would just mention that.
Luke, I'm sorry, it got a little muddled there. Can you repeat yourself?
I have a second application that's sort of in addition to this one, which is related to the changing of color of the main house. And if the main house is approved by you guys as we're allowed to change the colors, then the colors on this application would also change. So this application is actually asking for the window sash to be white. Oh, sorry, the existing of here is cobblestone trim. But we're going to be proposing it all as white. And you might think that that's not consistent with the main house. And my point is to say that we're actually in the next application going to be asking for a change of color on the main house.
Okay, the only clarification on that, Luke, is that in the description of the next one, it says garage door color change as opposed to main house color change.
I think they got switched.
Okay. Okay, so then are we looking at currently garage door color change, or are we looking at all the trim change?
Well, what you've got on the window in front of me is the garage, it's the garage doors. It's the-
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so on the agenda, we have trim and clapboard. The structure doesn't have clapboard, so it's actually trim, color, change, and change to the garage door. This rear structure is a circa 2001 infill. The main house on the lot is a contributing 1820 federal style structure. Or at least that's what the information says on it. Red cedar roof obviously is appropriate. White sash door, white trim is appropriate. The 12 light kick panel French doors in replacing of the garage doors on the front of the garage is not appropriate. Understanding that there's a change in use, but again, the interior should not dictate the exterior. I'd recommend keeping the garage doors as in is, but painted white to match if that's so. That's the position of the commission. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Any questions for Luke? Val, you ready?
I think I can go if you want to.
Yeah, Abby?
Okay, so I agree with Holly that this is quite visible from Lily Street, and right now it has the old fashioned garage doors, and to change that to two French doors. I think it's sort of, it's inappropriate. And I'm not even sure that the white is just going to draw even more attention to it. So if we said that to keep the doors, I'm just wondering if the trim could be white, but the doors themselves be natural to weather or gray or something. White is going to be very noticeable.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Val?
I agree with Abby, to not change the doors to this configuration. And I prefer the garage doors not be painted white. I agree with the gray or natural to weather.
Okay, thank you. Diane? Can you hear us, Diane? Diane, you're still muted. Okay, I'm gonna go with Joe and then I'll come back to you. Joe.
Well, I have a hard time discussing the color, I think, until we weigh in on the main house, because the main house is all white with gray trim. And they want to make it all white with white trim and white sash. So I have to set aside my comments on the color for a second. I think I'm in agreement with Val and with Abby on the door. I think you can leave the door that's there and get exactly what you want when the door is open. And if those doors end up acting like storm doors, so be it. But when they're shut, they'll look exactly like it does now. So I'd be inclined to leave it alone.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Diane? You're still muted. All right, I'm gonna activate Connie.
We're on Lily Street, the trim clapboard color. I mean, while you're looking.
Garage door color.
Oh, yeah, sorry. One other comment that I want to make is that I do think that because the existing doors happen to have no windows in them, I think that there may be a revision that would allow you to get some windows into those doors, but to have them read still like garage doors with the vertical boards. Like, for instance, if they just had 6 lights instead of, what do you've got, 12 lights? I think there could be a revision that would get you something that would satisfy the look of a garage carriage house door instead of French doors and get you light.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, because it's visible, I wouldn't be in favor of what's proposed, but I do think that something with a garage door with some kind of light or some kind of windows would be nice.
Okay, thank you, Connie. Luke, I think the die is cast here. Doesn't seem to be support for white or changing these out, except for to use them as storm doors. I'll give you 10 seconds, 15, 20 seconds. Are you amenable to a 6 light configuration in each of the to become storm door garage doors?
I think so, but am I allowed to add, like, since this is going to be heated space and to meet my energy requirements, can I have these doors inside the closed garage doors, so to speak?
Yeah, so that's a good way to put it. But yeah, the idea is that these become the doors that are there, subject to modification with a 6 light in each becomes they remain the primary door, at least as viewed from the exterior.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
On the proposed, the little window on the second floor doesn't have muntins in it. Is that a drawing error or?
Oh, that's just a drawing error. We're not doing it.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we get an exhibit A, please? A motion.
Stephen, I'm back on.
Oh, Diane, I'm sorry, because we weren't able to get you. I went ahead and activated Connie. I hope that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll catch you on the next one. Can we get something drawn up? Joe's drawing.
Oh, we're
Don't forget
adding,
there's hinges there.
what are we agreeing on?
Joe's gonna make a motion to approve subject to Exhibit A, which is gonna include the 6 light windows in the existing doors.
For clarification, we're saying no to the door change color, but the trim is okay as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Where?
Well, no color change.
Okay, no.
Yeah,
color
because
change.
it's just on this, it was the garage door to change.
Okay.
Well,
There was
I
a
would
color
ask
change.
for A color change.
No, I'm saying the garage door color was the change, I think.
No, the whole trim
was
and
asking-
everything.
We probably should have viewed the house first, but I was asking, the owners would like to have all the trim on the property changed to white.
Okay, so Luke, you've got the doors with the 6 light, I think is gonna be the motion, and that's it.
Okay.
There's not support for white.
No, I don't want the doors.
Okay. And it's very hard to hear you just for the next one. I don't know if you're far away from the mic.
So, sorry, just to be clear,
Mhm.
we're going to put 2 6 light windows in the existing garage doors. And those doors will remain the cobblestone color?
Yep,
Yes, it is.
no color change at
No
all.
color, okay. All right,
Is that your motion? Is that your Exhibit A?
It is.
Okay. And so you'll make a note, no color change on there?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on Joe's motion, we can just do all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. So Exhibit A. Okay, Luke, we're on to the main house.
figure out what he wanted.
And I think we can make it quick.
You still got the garage up on your screen.
I can't hear him.
Can't hear ya.
Oh, all right. Okay, you're on Zoom, you're showing the garage still.
Whatever you're doing, Luke, it's much better. Thank you.
Okay, well, if you could, do you guys have a visible,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
All right, so what we're doing here is proposing to change the clapboard and trim to white and add shutters as well for the entirety of the house. And this is consistent with a gray base. And this is consistent with other houses down the street. I mean, I think there are 3 white clapboard houses further down. And so I'm not, I think this works. Actually, my thought was that this works well for the street.
Okay,
It would have been helpful if there were pictures of those.
yeah. Thanks, Luke. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an 1820s federal. There is an HTCC survey on file. I did want to notate that HTC survey that was done in the 80s indicates that there was no clapboard. So obviously the clapboard that you see before you is a newer addition. That said, obviously clapboard is an appropriate thing for a federal style structure of this age, which is a 1.5 story 4-bay double end chimney. My main concern is, first of all, clapboard and trim as white. Okay, that is appropriate. Foundation Quaker gray, which would also include the stair railing as white. But my main comments are on this is that we're also introducing shutters and flower boxes. What color are the shutters proposed to be? And the flower boxes, because we'd obviously white on white would be way too much. We need some contrast there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So, Luke, why don't we go right to the answers on that? What color shutters are proposed and flower boxes?
Well, the owner did want white, but if you guys would like to match the foundation, which I think we have as Quaker gray or something, we could do that unless you have a better idea.
Okay, so a contrasting color to match the foundation. Who would like to start?
I am not easily persuaded for white. I mean, I could do a drive down the street, but I suspect they're different types of houses. So I do think there needs to be some contrast left as well. And I mean, are we gonna try to tie the two together? Because we just made the other one stay completely gray.
Yeah.
Like we could, I don't know. Not all white.
Okay, Joe?
Yeah, the way I read the application, clapboard's white, everything's white, shutters are white, even the front door, there's a suggestion that it's either white or gray. And so I like the contrast that's there. I would be open to talking about other trim colors besides the existing gray that's there, and even a contrasting shutter color. I think shutters could look nice on the building and appropriate. So I think coming back with some alternative color schemes would be helpful. When I first read about the garage and the change to white sash, and I saw the picture of the house with the white clapboards, I thought, well, that's interesting. They're going to leave the house white clapboards with the cobblestone, and then they're going to introduce the white in the sash on the cottage. But then I read this application and realized they wanted to change the whole property. So I do think that if you made a color change on the main house, that then I think you could open up the conversation for the structure in the rear. But I think you have to settle on this one first.
Okay. Diane?
I think on Lily Street and whatever, I think that's way too much all white. There aren't very many places that I can think of right this minute that have everything white. And it really doesn't bring the configuration of the building into view with everything white. It's just a big white area. So I would not be for making it everything white. I would like some colors and suggestions.
Okay, thank you, Diane. How about a motion then to,
Should I say something?
oh, yeah, sorry, Abby.
Yeah, I am opposed to all white. I think it would be too much. But I do think that the shutters could be Quaker gray and maybe that could tie into the garage door. I don't know, maybe that could be Quaker gray as well. I just, trying to bring this up in my brain, what it would look like. But it's unsuccessful, so
Okay,
it might be something we have to see.
yeah. How about a motion to make the proposal less monotone and give us some options?
Yeah. I like that. That's my motion.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And Luke, you know, we can tail end that on, keep in mind the garage might be revisited once we get that squared away.
Yeah, so I thought I expressed that it was all to be viewed as the trim. It seems to me like as far as the white trim goes, you're gonna be okay with that once I make these adjustments to, let's say, the shutters and the boxes.
With the exception of white clapboard and white trim, there has to be something complementary or contrasting in that palette.
Oh, you don't want the clapboard and trim to be matching.
Yeah, the white and the white is not gonna carry,
And the front door white also.
you know. So subtle tones might, but people are gonna wanna see it, that's all.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you. We are gonna move on to 6 Bayberry, Sconset.
Hi, guys, that's me.
Carrie,
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm okay. I'm a little frustrated.
I'm sorry.
Just a long process.
well, hang in there, kiddo.
Thank you.
Your board is going to be Val, Abby, Diane, Connie, and myself.
Okay, thanks. So this garage was approved last July, as all the 1/4-inch drawings show, except for the one that's got the red bubbles, and that's the rear elevation. And they want to add another garage door to match the ones on the front. So they can pull something straight through the building and then add a window on the little shed mast to the left of that. You can see the smaller scale just below this drawing that shows what was approved originally. So we're basically replacing 2 windows with a new garage door and adding a window to the little shed bump.
Okay. Holly, did you have comments on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the main dwelling on the lot is a circa 1940, the gables, and this garage is a new infill. My main concern with the addition of garage doors on the rear is what that visibility is on the south. And if that would be something that egregious or not, it's just a little unique. And usually you see this somewhere where there's completely no visibility. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Who would like to begin?
If you look at the locus, you'll see how far away it is from the street parallel, which is quite a distance and many properties away.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Who would like to begin?
Can I say something?
Diane, go ahead.
We used to have a rule, and I don't know that it was wiped out because it was what we considered that they did not have a garage door opening opposite each other so you could drive through it, i.e. the pink house in Popus. It was against our ideas of building with Nantucket in mind. I don't know what happened to it, but it was there for a good reason, and there shouldn't be many around, except when they were totally unvisible. So other than that, for the window and stuff, I have no problem, but I kind of approve something that at least the last time I have been in that discussion, it was refused, except for the pink house.
Didn't know that.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
Which wasn't approved by the,
Val?
I, based on visibility, I actually don't have a problem with it. I didn't think about the open drive-through part of it.
It's to pull a boat out every summer and
Yeah.
put it back in. I don't know.
Okay.
I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you, Val. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I was concerned about visibility, and I think what people would worry about is if they were both open at the same time, but I think I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. You've got about 3 minutes. Connie?
I originally was okay with it too. I didn't really think anything about it because of the visibility. Unless we can find something. I'm
Okay.
okay with it.
Okay, thanks, Connie. Abby, you want to go or you want me to go?
Well, so, no, you go, because I'm just pulling up the site plan to see
Okay,
how
yeah.
visible.
So I was originally not concerned about it. I do think Diane makes a good point to keep in mind overall. That location is highly visible and I don't even know that there are garage doors on that structure. This one, I think, is going to be less visible due to the vegetation at the street and then segregating a large part of the driveway from the yard. So I'm okay with this as submitted.
I have an idea.
Yep.
What if we were to okay it with vegetation, so a screen from Bayberry?
So some type of a plant material
Yeah.
beyond the gate, parallel to the direction of the cars in the yard space somewhere.
Yeah.
Carrie, you catching that?
I am. Just so you know, the house hasn't moved yet, and it eventually will apply to move the house. So this garage will be a little bit visible, but as you see in the proposed future site plan, that they do want to plant to basically hide this garage, but for a couple of gates, if we get gates approved. The rear of this building truly is not visible. And I just wonder if maybe an option to make it sort of a little bit easier is if the garage doors that we are proposing are just the solid board. If you look on the front elevation, you'll see on the side mass, we were approved solid V-groove doors. What if these ones were just solid V-groove with no lights as well?
Natural
Just to
weather.
help. Yeah, they could be natural to weather. There is white trim all over the building and they could be natural to weather just to blend in with the shingle. But truly, they just want to be able to pull their boat in and out and like pull it in with a car, drop it and pull the car back around and get it back in the garage. So
Okay.
that's the
Carrie?
intention. Yeah.
Carrie, just on that point, what if the ones in the back were solid and then the
Yeah,
ones
that's what I mean.
Okay, I just
That's
wanted to
what I
make sure,
mean.
'cause otherwise it seemed, okay,
Yeah, it's the
Um,
proposed that could be solid.
gotcha. Thoughts on the proposed? Likes it. How about a motion with an
Motion.
exhibit A?
Motion to approve with the doors going to natural to weather with no windows on the proposed garage doors,
Okay,
and the other windows fine.
okay. Should we write that up as an exhibit A?
Sure.
Okay, so on Abby's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
No,
no, Val, Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So 4 in favor, 1 against for exhibit A. And we are rapidly moving to 24 Almanack Pond,
Thanks, that's Luke.
and that will be Joe. So it'll be Val, Abby, Diane, Joe, and myself. Luke,
Yeah, hi.
when you're
Okay.
ready, as soon as it's up.
I'm gonna go off for a couple of minutes.
Okay. So we are gonna have Connie and Joe. Okay, Luke.
This barn is pretty significantly off the road, as you may have noted, glancing at the site plan. The main house, I included a photograph, is all casement windows and there's no divided lights. So while we actually got approval for this barn as 6/6s, the owners never caught on to the fact that they would actually prefer to have it matching the main house. And so we're proposing all sash to be just 1/1s, which are more in keeping with the existing house. The existing house also is all clapboard all the way around, natural to weather. And the owners would like to do that with this structure as well, to make it consistent. And then again, the chimney on the properties is a parged white chimney. And so we're proposing that as well for this barn cottage.
Okay, thank you, Luke.
Yeah.
Who would like to begin? Joe?
Yeah, I looked at this a little bit. I think it's fine as submitted, given it's matching the house and its lack of visibility. It's a very unique proposal in that it's natural clapboard and 1/1s, but it matches the house, and I think it's in the spirit of the other buildings on the property, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Diane? Connie?
Yeah, I'm fine with this also.
Okay. Val?
Ditto.
Diane? Nothing? I'm good with it too.
I'd make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. All in favor say, oh no, on your motion, Joe?
Aye.
Diane?
She's still muted. She doesn't seem to be there.
Okay, Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So we'll call that 4 voting unanimously approved. For the reasons Joe stated. Okay. Yeah, please. We are on 2249 Meadowview.
Thank you.
You mean current?
The one you're stepping into.
Meadowview.
Yeah.
All right, so Luke, is this you?
That's me again.
Okay, go ahead, Carrie.
So this house is still under construction. It's almost done, and there's a buyer who wants to put a little bump on the front to get a little more square footage. It's just, oh, did I not bubble it? Did I bubble
No,
it?
you did.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So we're just, yeah, it's just that little piece. We're trying to sort of match the porch, but keep it separate from it. So we're bringing it in on the sides a little bit. The windows are basically staying where they are, and that's it.
I think this is perfectly appropriate. It could have been consentable.
Yeah.
I would make a motion to approve if nobody
Um,
has any objection.
Just before we get there, Abby's obviously off. So where are we in the rotation?
I think we're at, say, Connie.
Connie, okay. If you're ready, Connie, otherwise I can go to Stephen or
Oh, yeah, I
Diane.
have no issues with this as submitted.
You have no issues? Okay, thank you. Diane?
No issues.
All right, Stephen,
I have no concerns with Val's motion.
did you make a motion?
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were doing diligence.
Okay, so on Val's motion, Connie,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Very good. Val, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries on that one, folks.
Thank you. Good
109
night.
Tom Nevers. Let's see. Do we have somebody to rep this?
Yep, Mark Cato.
Oh, is that you, Doug?
No, it's Mark.
Oh, Mark, hi.
Hi.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
This is
Sorry. You guys are good with you're okay on this rotation?
Oh, speaking objectively,
Yeah,
of course.
you're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Mark, you good?
Sure.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yep, okay, so Joe's on. Abby's off, as I'm sure you know. All right, so let's go. 109 Tom Nevers.
109 Tom Nevers Road. There's an existing structure on this property. We have an application in for its move off demo. I see it's been moved on the agenda for additional information as built. I know that application isn't actively being reviewed at the moment, but just confirming. Are you looking for plans and elevations drawn up if they don't exist of that circa 1977 building?
I'm not.
We submitted photos, but we weren't aware that you were looking for.
This is a demo.
It'll be a demo move off.
I think it would be helpful, may I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please.
I think it'd be helpful to have that, dimensions added. Or any demo move off, I'll just speak generally, so that if somebody wants to take a quick look at it, they're on the public website, they see, oh, it's X by X.
And maybe it will fit.
Yeah, length, width, and height, and then that facilitates.
All right, so some general data points, but not necessarily interior floor plans and such. Is that?
Yeah, even if it's, a narrative above the pictures, it says length, width, and height.
Okay.
Length, horizontal dimension of gable end, and then the other, something along those lines, Mark.
Very good. Thank you for that. So with that, we'll gather up that information and add it to the application. And then we have before you then a new build. This will be like a 1-bedroom dwelling, if you will. It's primarily going to serve as an outbuilding to the owners that reside next door at 105 and 107. This will be the owner of that property runs a floral design company, and this will be a space that she can work from on property. And the idea is to sort of take architectural cues from their existing buildings. They have multiple buildings actually on the 2 adjoining properties. This will sit as viewed from Tom Nevers Road. It's about just over 18 feet in height, 18 feet 7 inches. This is similar to a design that we did out, I think, successfully out at Parsons, where we were able to accommodate under parking garage due to a natural change in the grade on that property. And this one does have a dip to the northern end of the lot, which then affords us to do exactly what's depicted on the screen here now. And we will then recess this parking down a little bit further in terms of the grade change in the rear end to be able to accommodate that. So it's viewed from the road. It really reads as a 1-story structure. From the back, this is heavily vegetated. I think you'd have to get back on one of the old Navy fields looking back to maybe see really any of this. But it's fairly densely vegetated in that back corner. We provided some additional renderings in this package if it's useful on the next couple of pages. If we continue. Can we toggle down to the next couple of pages in the packet, please? Yeah. So it's viewed potentially from Tom Nevers Road. And then the next page, we did provide additional renderings of what the rear as proposed. This is gray trim to match the existing structures next door, black sash, national weather doors for the garage doors, parged foundations. We have a couple of retaining walls again, which would be parged and then vegetated out, much like we just did at Parsons. And red cedar roof. I think that's it, unless you have additional questions. Thank you.
So the vertical board, Mark,
Yep,
is to match what you got it going at 107.
correct.
It
And we
looks better
provided,
when it's grayed out.
yep, we provided a photo of that as
Yeah,
well.
I see that. Okay, thanks. We'd like to begin.
I'll go
All
if
right,
you
go-
want.
Go ahead.
I think my only concern with this when I looked at it at home was there's no front door and it's a dwelling.
Hmm.
You don't know where to go in.
Okay.
If you can see it from the road, it's more of a concern. If you cannot, I guess it's okay.
All right, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with Val with respect to if it's visible. I don't think it's gonna be visible. So therefore, I think it's okay. And, you know, it's an interesting design. The only objectionable elevation is really, again, visibility in mind is the west, but you're never gonna see it the way you see it in 2 dimensions and in real life. And in real life, it would be more interesting than that. So I have, given its location, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. We have Diane and Joe.
I'll go.
Okay.
Okay,
I-
Diane.
I I agree with what Stephen said. And I don't know. There's a lot of property around there. I don't know what the year of the building they want to demolish. It doesn't look like it's in bad shape. It just is unfortunate that it can't be moved on the property or something rather than just smashing it. But that's just a feeling.
Okay. That's it?
Yep.
All right, thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, well, I've been in this existing building back when Julie Jordan lived there. This is a chicken
wow.
box house, I think. It was owned by Seaweed. If I remember correctly, you know, it never really had a front door visible from the road. You had to go down around behind us into the kind of semi basement space. So I don't think you could, if you moved it, you have, I think 50% of this is foundation. So you'd be moving one floor of it. The other floor is part of the lower level. And I think there's a history of this thing having French doors facing the road, and it operated as an independent property. And I think given that it's working as an accessory building to the property next door, I think it's okay that it doesn't have a door facing the road. And I think it's an attractive building. The only thing that jumped out to me is that I think that the shed dormers, if they were shingled with cottage corners and the clapboard was constrained to the gable, that they would blend more into the roof and it would start to join that breezeway space in the other gable that's shingled. I don't, the cheek walls of the dormer in particular, I just feel a little bit, I might be alone in that, but otherwise I think it's a nice looking building and approvable.
Is it to me?
Mhm.
Think so. I actually agree with Joe on that. You're not alone. I think that shingling those dormers would be a good idea.
Certainly open to that.
Sorry, Mark, what did you say?
We'd be open to that. I think it's something we debated internally as well.
All right. Should we move it that way?
Yeah.
All right, somebody want to try it out?
Joe, do it.
Yeah, I'd motion to approve through staff with the shed dormers changed to shingles with cottage corners.
Okay, there's the motion, folks. On that motion, Val,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Joe on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, there it goes,
Um,
Mark. Thank
The
you.
so just a question on the, I assume the other application can't be heard, or can the additional information be provided through staff on the demo?
Yeah, I don't know how we're handling that. That's a new category for me. So I
Yeah.
haven't spoken to staff.
Okay,
Um,
because Joe's description of the building is spot on. It is sort of, for anybody to drag it out of there, there is no first floor frame because it sort of sits on a foundation, partial foundation. And it would be challenging to remove. We've advertised, of course, and some interest has been expressed. But we're
well,
happy to
hang
add
on
the
a little
additional.
while longer, you're gonna find out the answer to how we're gonna deal with
Yeah,
the incomplete information numbers.
Mm,
Okay?
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yeah.
if we receive what was mentioned, then staff could potentially put it on consent for next round, next week.
Yeah, I was
We
gonna
get it.
bring a motion to reconsider up later.
Oh, okay.
Just that particular one.
Yeah, and I was gonna look at the other ones as we got closer and see if there's any that are similar. The idea of that, I'll speak to the incomplete when we get there.
Yeah.
If that's
when we-
okay.
Did you say when we get there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll do that. All right.
thank you.
Thanks.
Did you do any?
Matt,
No.
we're at the yacht club now,
Yeah, sure.
in
Then that
South
way.
Beach. So Matt, Abby's missing for the moment, so Connie is gonna be your person.
Okay. So with your permission, I'll begin, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the main clubhouse, the Nantucket Yacht Club, and essentially what we're looking to do is extend an existing deck, which is on the rear of the building, on the east elevation. So we just included some existing photographs of the building. I don't think this is going to be visible from the, certainly from land. And I also think that even from the water, it'll be a little bit difficult to notice a difference. Essentially what we're doing, this is a great photograph because it just demonstrates what we're looking to do is take that existing railing detail and extend the depth of it by, I think, about 14 feet. And so it's going to be projecting out over those existing French doors and create some covered space below and increase some deck space on that second floor. But given the existing footprint of the building, it is kind of a U shape. And so the depth of it and the change, I think, is really not going to be that noticeable. So we included some aerial perspectives just to give you a sense of what it looks like. Obviously, we put some umbrellas in there, but those are not fixed. They're just for reference. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the Nantucket Yacht Club. The NHL data indicates circa 1910, but the HDC survey on file indicates that it was built after 1898 and before 1904, which are two correlating sandboard insurance map timeframes. And although this is on the rear, it is visible from the harbor, which is technically a public way. However, I would agree with actually Matt's proposal and the fact that the existing architectural features are not being, the vocabulary is still there. We're not introducing something new, although it's expanding the deck itself. So I think that it's acceptable and appropriate and appreciate the history that was provided. We'll make sure we save that for our surveys. So no concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Who would like to begin?
I will.
All right.
I actually thought could be consentable. It looks so much like what's there.
Mhm.
I have no concerns.
Okay.
I actually had it on to review and there were so many pages I got lost, but I agree.
I'd add a comment. I think it's consentable based on particular circumstances of this law. The limitations on the public view. And the fact that this is so well integrated into the back of a structure and wrapped around. So I'm just saying that for future reference for myself, and I think it's important to distinguish that. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is there anyone that has any issue with this? I think we can move it on.
Motion to approve as submitted.
All right, so
Oh.
that is Val's motion. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
All right.
Diane,
Aye.
very good, Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was easy. Okay, is Joe around, Joe Topham?
Yes, sir.
All right, hi, Joe.
Hello, Ray.
So you got 9 Flintlock.
Yes, sir. So this is a 1985
Hey,
house.
Joe.
Yeah.
Just for the record, okay?
Yeah.
I think Abby's back physically in the room, and are you sitting now?
Yeah, I can, if.
So we're back to the regular board. That will change, but so for now, you got your regular board, okay?
Excellent. Okay.
All right. Okay, continue.
So you can see by the photos we provided that on page number 15, you all approved a secondary dwelling to the east of this property, and it blocks the water view. So my clients were hoping to regain that by providing a little 8 by 15 all natural wood deck to the south. And it's just to recapture that view. You can't see it from anywhere around the property or around the neighborhood. So we're hoping that this would be approvable. So thank you.
All right, Joe, thanks. Yeah.
Where, Joe, did you say there's a building approved?
So it's on the east side of the property, and it's in the photographs that we provided. So if someone wants to, who's ever driving the bus, go to sheet 15. There you go, that little cottage right there above the pool. So that they had this very little shotgun view of the water, and that house was placed right in their view. They did have a conversation. They did have with the new owners, and it didn't really go anywhere. So they were hoping to slide it a little more to the left or right, but that didn't work. So they reached out to me and see if we could do this platform off to the side. I mean, the other option is do a roof walk, but it's an upside down house, and they were trying not to do that. Obliterate the whole inside. They just renovated this 2018. So.
Okay, it's highly unusual, and if it can be seen, I think it is inappropriate. I appreciate that it's all natural to weather. I'm just very skeptical these days of can't be seen at all, so.
And Val, if you want, what we could do is put up some strapping poles, build something very rudimentary. But I worked on this project for a year under construction, and you cannot see it. And we, as you can tell, we took a lot of photographs. You have to go halfway down the driveway. So.
Okay, so the whole thing is natural to weather?
Yes, Val.
Not, okay, because, okay.
The whole house is natural to weather. So we don't want to change anything.
It's weird, but okay.
Okay, are you questioning? I know you're concerned about the visibility, or are you questioning it?
No, I'm gonna. Trust that Joe is telling me that I didn't.
Okay. Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
It's an atypical structure to begin with. I share Val's concern, but take Joda's word in terms of visibility and think we can add our not visible time inspection thereafter. I'm actually more concerned about the other deck stuff. So Joe, if you ever bring that back, I'll for revisions, I'll weigh in on the existing deck.
The existing deck.
Okay.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Who's next? Abby, Diane?
I have trouble with it too, and I don't know how to, because, the skirt of this new balcony is coming out of a angled roof, like a shed roof. I don't know how to mitigate that. I just think it looks awfully odd, but maybe somebody has a solution to it.
Okay. I'll be thinking about that. Diane?
I have a problem with it also. I hate to see a building changed to create something so that somebody can sit out there and have a view when it changes what we expect. It has a lot of stuff there with the deck and the lower railing and the rest of it. I would like to see another proposal that was simpler and attached itself to the building better. So I have a problem. Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Diane, thank you. I'm looking at this, Joe, you rendered it kind of like sort of like you would a roof walk where the posts come through. And I think that would have troubled me if we weren't looking at a building that was all natural trim. Everything we're looking at is all natural trim, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just curious, why have these posts expressed down in the skirt board? Why not just have a skirt board that runs around the whole thing?
We can make that change. That's easy enough to do. Yeah.
Then it gets a little bit less fussy.
Yeah, I see what your point. And the skirt, if you think that should go, then we can remove that as well, if that lightens it.
Well, I don't think you're gonna see the skirt. And also,
No.
if you didn't see the skirt, you'd see these posts coming down, sitting on the roof,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
I'd be more. So if you look at the south elevation, the south elevation, he has it rendered a little bit like you would a roof walk where you have the post going down and interrupting a skirt. I think it would be simpler if you just had the skirt, the skirt board underneath of the deck and then just the vertical boards without any articulation of the posts up above. Just a simplification.
What about shingling it?
I don't know what to say about that.
Why is there a staircase?
So they can access it from the existing second floor deck. And that will be tucked right against the south gable end.
Yeah, that part you're definitely not gonna see.
No.
Well, look, I'm just giving my impression, but does somebody want to attempt something on this?
Maybe we should just say hold for revisions and see what he comes up with.
Ready, you want to do an exhibit A? Not to put you in the hot seat, but
He's got big shoulders.
Posts underneath anymore, it's just for.
That's all. That was just my suggestion. That's all.
I think we have the votes.
Okay, so why don't we do that? Joe, I do an exhibit A, but I don't know how to. On the screen. Oh, but there is one member of this board
Who
that
is the pro?
Yeah.
So now you have
Other
not only an
IT
IT
person.
specialist, you have a graphic
Yeah,
illustrator.
yeah.
It's just walking around with you.
Hey, Joe, can you render that for us as
He's
an
on
exhibit A?
I could, yes.
Do you know what we're
Would you
suggesting
please?
doing?
Yeah, I've been following.
Just nixing the posts.
Right, you'd still see the trim board that,
The boards would go around,
Yeah.
just like it goes around the skirt of a regular old deck.
right,
Okay, does somebody want to push this through as, I shouldn't have said it that way, but
Yeah,
does somebody want to move this as,
I'll articulate,
yes, please.
through staff, subject to exhibit A.
And the exhibit A, for those of you that weren't following along, is to remove the post down underneath of the skirt of this deck and just have the vertical boards. That's what exhibit A is going to show. So on that,
And those
that-
are natural to weather.
there's, everything is natural to weather, everything on this.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, so Stephen, can we append that?
It is as written.
Okay, very good. All right, so on Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
okay, Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
All right.
and I'm in favor. There you go, Joe.
Thank you all. Thank you, Joe.
All right. Okay, 125 Main.
Ethan said he was going home and there he is. He's in.
Good
John?
evening.
Okay, okay, so do we still have regular board on this? Sounds like it. All right, let's go, Ethan.
Okay.
125 Main door change.
Yes. So essentially I think we're actually reverting back to a previously approved elevation, possibly HCC 3, but I'm not seeing it on my screen right now, but I'm assuming you're scrolling to it.
The other problem is the link to this is not this application.
Yeah.
You hit it and it comes to Orange Street.
That I was.
Went
looking
to
at
10
Me too.
My fingers.
Yeah,
Oh,
I could probably
10
share
Orange
it.
Street.
right. Cause I had this in my.
Okay, so
Interestingly,
we
the link
handle
to 10 Orange Street
It's 10 Orange
is
Street.
also 10 Orange Street.
Yes.
okay. So
Do you want me to share it?
we should all
Yeah.
do this on the screen.
Okay.
Good idea. Okay, go ahead, Ethan.
Oh, okay. Oh, you got it now. Okay. So this is just the cover sheet, pretty standard. If you flip to the next page, you'll see sort of the previous approvals. Actually, it looks like the second HDC approval we're kind of reverting back to. So we're getting rid of the triple French doors with the panel below, and we're just going to like a 6.0, 6.8, 15 light French door, which we had previously approved second iteration of this project.
That's it?
That's it. I told you it was easier than the last one.
Oh, this was the one. Okay, got it. Board members. Oh, actually, sorry, Holly. Right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reducing triple doors to double, I agree with. No concerns.
Yes, indeed.
I think, Ethan, if we had the right link, we could have consented it.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right, somebody want to do the honors on this one?
Is it visible from the street?
I don't think so. But he's reducing the amount of approved fenestration on it.
It's on quarter mile.
Oh,
Quarter mile.
Are we good?
Motion to approve is submitted.
You okay?
Is it seen from the street?
Did Ethan, is it seen from the street?
No, there's like a giant, like 10-foot hedge that runs around this entire property, which you may be able to see in the previous sheet in the photos.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll never even see this, actually. It's a kind of an interesting site on Main Street.
All right. So Val, you've made a motion to approve, right?
Yeah.
As submitted.
Mm-hmm.
On that motion, Abby.
Aye, I just signed it.
Oh, good. Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good. Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Ethan. Okay, 56 Baxter. Is Will here?
I don't see him in the queue, Mr. Chair.
No? No? All right. We're gonna skip that one for now. Which means that I'm gonna have to move aside, because we're now to old business of August 15th. Lisa's here for 22 No Nantum.
All right. Lisa, when you see it up on the board, go for it.
Okay.
Weren't you guys on 125 Main? Ethan's, no, it was regular board.
Correct, yeah.
Do we know who was sitting on this?
Oh, yeah, so your board is gonna be myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Joe, standing in for Carrie.
Okay. So, at the last meeting, the concerns were on the north and south, that the dormers, as we had proposed, did not look centered. One existed, and then we just matched on the other side, so there was a request to shift the dormers. Maybe better to see from the north. So if you can see in the previously submitted, it was really tight to the large gambrel, and we recentered the dormer between the two gambrel masses. That was one of the requests, and the other was to shorten the roof walk, make it less long, which we also did in this application. I think those were the only concerns.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go.
Okay, Val.
My concerns have been satisfied. Thank
Okay,
you.
Val. Diane,
Mine too.
Abby,
Yeah, no issue.
Joe.
I remember this being reviewed and the concerns that were raised, and I thought they were appropriate, and I like the changes. So
Okay, how about a motion?
I'd motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair, I have a hand raised.
Uh-oh.
I don't,
Is it order Mr. Chair Stephen or Mr. Chair?
Hello.
back to you, Mr. Chair Ray.
Isaiah.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry for raising my hand out of turn. It seemed like you moved on to other business, and I didn't hear you call 10 Polywog the garage move on. So I just wanted to check.
We just got onto this category, so we haven't gotten to you yet.
Okay, my apologies. I
No
was a little-
worries.
Wait a
All right.
minute.
I'll put my hand down.
Always an incompletes. Gotcha.
Okay. All right, so now we're on to 12 Angola. Joe, you're there, right?
I heard he's
Topham.
holding it.
What?
I thought I heard somebody say he was holding it.
Oh, boy, that's gonna
Uh,
ruffle a lot of feathers.
Yeah.
Numbers, is this number 3?
This is
No.
12 Angola.
12 Angola.
I don't know.
Joseph?
He's not.
Maybe we should try and ring him up because I don't know how many this is.
Last time you
extended.
said it was 2, so
Two.
this is 3.
Yes.
For 20 this afternoon, requesting for it to be held.
Okay, now, okay, this is where best practices is gonna come in. Just, yes, Stephen.
Can I just suggest someone get on the horn to Joe and let him know he's gonna need to
Well, I'm
discuss, because
a little
otherwise I think the third
baffled. What-
time was.
I just want to make sure some. I'm gonna guess that there are people that have been waiting. Did they go? Like, so notice was given? We're getting all this stuff from Anduez, you know,
According to the email I got at 4:17 to be precise. Joe wants to hold this application and he let the abutters know. He did.
he did.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, then, okay, that's, but
Yeah.
that does not change what the best practices rule is. However, I
would-
feel better. I thought that there was going to be 30 people on that.
But we
Now,
can't really call it
We,
because
no, well, it doesn't sound like we need to, because my main concern was not to hear it. My main concern was if we had 30 people that were all thinking that that was going to be heard, but it doesn't sound like that's the reality.
That Joe is postponing.
Okay. Okay, so then we're gonna have to revisit Stephen's best practices procedure, where we are, how many times it's been postponed, to see when it's going to actually be heard again.
Yeah, and I just
Oh,
for
I'm not gonna
pause for a moment.
Yeah.
Because. So on the third, in the event of a third or subsequent postponement, the application shall be moved to the then current bottom of the queue, i.e. that is last in line in the list of applications remaining to be heard, which list is appended to each agenda under the heading upcoming matters. So obviously this had a little bit more weight when we had 60 items on our agenda and a list of future items that was also 60. So we may want to revisit our best practices because there really is
They're
no.
too good. The best practices are too good. We
Yeah.
need to make the
We gotta
agenda
slow it
longer
down.
so that people can suffer when.
We gotta slow it down.
Can I just say something?
Yes,
That
go
the
ahead.
neighbors who are probably seasonal, that probably want to talk on this, are probably just about to leave. So,
Abby.
Yeah.
That's why God invented Zoom. God invented Zoom for the HTC so that all these people that want to speak can still speak.
That's true.
well, I know some of them don't live in this country, but
I think Zoom works internationally.
I know it does.
Now, listen, I'm not overly delighted
But
that
but there's another reason that we don't. It's not just that we had a big agenda. It's
Why are you
because-
looking at me?
no, what Stephen's point is,
I'm not defending it.
when we had a long
I'm
agenda.
just reading what our best
Hang on.
practices were.
You made the thing and I realized why you made it. And
Yeah.
it's just that when it's a controversial issue and people keep showing up and then not showing up, and then it sort of is hard to be democratic.
Yeah, can I just comment quickly? Because in the spirit of Abby's comment, I was not joking when I said we need to revisit our best practices. There was a disincentive to that type of behavior. And not speaking about Joe and just
Right.
in general. But that disincentive, because as our chairman quipped, our best practices were so good, has dissolved itself. So now we may say that if it's the third time, instead of going to the bottom of the list, we may decide, I'm just going to arbitrarily throw something out there, that it cannot be heard for 2 months.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we
Yeah.
need to change
We
it
need
to
to
make
make it
it a
punitive.
disincentive. Yeah.
Right.
So I agree with you.
Or that needs
but-
to broadcast or.
I agree with myself.
Yeah. Okay, so there it is. The best practices have become too good.
Just don't throw a pencil at me.
That's really funny. Those were the days.
Okay.
Okay, so there it is. We're not hearing the most I was looking forward to this,
Yeah, I'd like to get it off our plate.
I would like to get it off our plate. So
Incomplete.
look,
Can I jump in?
I think a number of people have noticed that we have this new incomplete or need more information category. That includes a movie star, so what? Oh, no, I'm sorry, you're not the only movie star in the room, but so what are we gonna do with this, folks?
Well, for instance, the first one, I'll speak to that because that was on my list.
The very first one.
And I
Okay,
had
yes.
said in my notes, it could be consent if there was 2 separate applications, because it's 2 separate structures on the site.
Yeah. Well, it needs to be.
No, right, so
It
that's. why
literally
got put
needs to
through
be.
This category.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
and one thing I think is very helpful for everybody to understand when it comes to these type of things where we all review it and go, wait a minute, we need another application or we need this. This seems to be an easier or a better way to get people to understand that just because we put it on consent, we might not even see them come back. Not saying that that's going to happen, but they may not follow through and actually get us what we need. And the COA is going to sit there on a bad boy shelf forever. Whereas this is actually putting people on notice. Hey, look, the commission is not even going to look at this or even put it on a consent agenda until X, Y, and Z is taken care of.
Well, I like it.
So that was the concept of just starting when you read consents, review for incompleteness. If you notice something is materially, not punitively, but materially incomplete, list it as to why, so staff understand. And when we have new staff, that also helps them to understand what the commission is looking for. But it also gets it on this list in and advances everyone's interest in having complete applications to review prior to the meeting. On the number,
That's you.
Thank you.
there's a couple other things going on here. One came up, if I may, just jumping out of order, 109 Tom Nevers. That was that additional information was required. And I don't think we need to make a motion on it. I think staff are aware what additional information is required. The applicant is aware what additional information is required. Once it's turned in, it can be advanced through to consent without a motion at this point. You can just go to consent.
Got it.
There's another topic that I would like to address with no animus, but 9 Gingy Lane was put on consent. And I think as a matter of policy, if a commissioner puts something on consent, it shouldn't be taken off consent unless they agree to it. It should be left on consent, and if there's a material concern, it can be brought up on the consent agenda. Okay, I'm gonna say it one more time. I think that as a policy matter, if we as commissioners are going to sit through and review for consent and consent with conditions, that unless a staff member brings something to our attention, I put this, let's just use a specific example. I put this on consent. It's solar on the back of the structure. It's a wood roof, but the wood roof is not directly visible from a roadway. Other than the back of the house through some trees. I understand that it doesn't necessarily meet exactly the color criteria, which is the roof color. But I believe that as a matter of policy, is if we are going to sit and spend our time to put these on consent or consent with conditions or mark them up as incomplete, a commissioner's determination should not be reversed by staff. Staff can reach out to the commissioner and say, gee, did you notice this or that for clarification? And then it should advance to the meeting under the heading that the commissioner assigned it. And again, there's no animus. This is kind of a new category for us in a lot of different ways. But I'm using 9 Gingy Lane because the applicant's agent happens to be here. And when I saw 9 Gingy, I said, oh, wait a minute, I think I put that on consent. So anyways, those are my thoughts on that one. And I wanted to.
Can we stay on that just for a second?
Yeah.
So in your scenario, the person who's doing the review, in this case, you, would be apprised by staff, oh, well, were you aware that, this is not a black roof? And you say, well, actually, yes, I was aware of that. And therefore, I still think it's consentable, even though it's a wood roof. Or so then it would go on to consent. And if there were additional concerns, would somebody raise those concerns when the meeting was in place?
I believe that that's.
Pull it out of line.
I think that that's appropriate if it's a commissioner, because we all would then be, I presume, like me, everyone else is looking at the consents in their bathtub on their waterproof tablet.
Right.
And if you have a concern, you'll bring it up at the meeting. And then otherwise it doesn't get brought up. So unless a commissioner brings up a concern, then it stays on consent or consent with conditions.
Got it. So
I think we learned our lesson as a team, on some unnamed street that begins with a K and some unnamed location on the island that begins with a T and an N of the second.
Yeah.
So we want to
yeah,
review consent
yeah,
stuff.
And by the way, related to this list, because Isaiah had his hand up.
Oh, wait, Joe, I'm
Oh, yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
just
sorry.
procedurally. So, I mean, can we get a temperature of the group on that? Because I think we need to be clear to staff one way or the other. What our
Well, I
expectation
think
is.
I agree with you in the sense of that if staff sees something that they think is may have been overlooked, that the first avenue is to go back to the person that did consent and say, were you aware that?
Right.
And the answers are, either yes, I was aware of that. And my defense of that is that, brown roof, black roof, green roof, it's on the back. You're not going to see it anyway. Still consentable. Or, oh my God, I can't believe that I did that. No, it should not go on consent.
Yeah,
So-
thanks for catching that.
Yeah. Yes, thanks for catching that. Exactly. So yeah, I hear you. on
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Yes, Holly.
And I completely understand. I think this is a level between, staff and commission that we're trying to play that even field of us sifting through applications along with you, but also know at the end of the day, staff has no authority. However, there are sometimes of a time quickness, if you will, of when we receive your comments back or sometimes lack thereof. Not everybody sometimes sends us emails with their proposed applications for consent. And I will tell you that as soon as you send them to, as she sends them to me, so I do take a look at them as well. And 9 times out of 10, I agree with all of you. However, there are some certain instances where I don't. And say, nope, don't put it on consent, let the commission review that. Nope, don't put that on consent, let the review commission. And that's why sometimes you all come in and say, hey, I said for that one to go on consent. So in respect to what you just said, Stephen, I would, I completely understand that it would take off guard and understand of if a commissioner says put on consent, let's put on consent. But at the same time, I am on the flip side, kind of afraid of something that would be lost. For instance, if that said staff member myself doesn't remind myself at the meeting, oh, wait a minute, I was supposed to say something to the commission at the time, because I didn't have a chance. So maybe this is something we bring up with NAPC. I don't know, but I do think that
No.
having this this topic of incomplete or needed information for applications is helpful from not only staff's perspective, commission's perspective, but I also think the public and applicants.
So on this one, I just got to say, this isn't really an incomplete. This is a matter of one, the commissioners determine what's approvable and what's not, period. And this is a matter of policy where a color of the roof didn't match the guidelines. And I firmly believe that it's up to the commissioners to determine what is approvable or not. And I don't think that they should be, that should be changed by staff. And nothing personal against anyone. I don't believe that that should happen. If it goes on consent, then it's incumbent upon the other commissioners to review the consent list. If you see something that you wouldn't vote for, then you say something. The last comment I'll make on this, I personally, when I review consent for consent with conditions and incomplete, I'm not reviewing it based on what I think.
Right.
I'm reviewing it based upon what I think you all think.
Right.
So one of the things is to come to these meetings and have items that could easily be on consent, having been moved off of consent. And we're spending time opening up applications and doing things where instead we could be talking about policy matters like the Hooper Farm Ranch Overlay District or other important matters. So it's not that I think staff shouldn't be able to help. It's that I think we need to be clear in our expectation. Consents are put on by commissioners, consent with conditions. If they're taken off, then it's at a meeting by a commissioner.
So
say that what's helpful about this? Is going back to the person who consented it and saying, did you recognize?
Yes.
There's
Oh,
no.
oh, that's
solar?"
right.
Yeah,
I think everyone's in agreement.
Yeah.
Right.
Safety net.
yeah, we're
Now,
a team. We want to work together.
right.
Okay, so today's a perfect case in point. Because of the holiday yesterday. Everyone in the office was frantically trying to get stuff together to be able to have this agenda posted by like 2 p.m. So I can understand that if a staff member sees something, I guess that staff member would be you, Holly, if you're doing the sort of the review. You know, it's like, yeah, but do I have time to call 5 people in the next 45 minutes to be able to get it straight with them about my own concerns?
Who's the 5 people?
The 5 people on the board.
Well, just the one who put it on.
No, he's saying.
No, I'm
for
saying,
each-
what if there's more? Well, there obviously is more than one.
Oh, I see what you're saying in terms of the whole list.
Yeah, it's like, you know, so Holly calls you and says, well, you know, about the solar thing. And then, oh, yeah, I gotta call Ray because, you know, like, does he realize that there's a, you know, a traveled way in the back of this property? You know, oh, now I have to call Abby because, you know, the rest of the house is red and the application says white, you know, that. And I think the issue is that we don't want to have anything because of lack of time and sort of the, you know, quick turnover of all this stuff, having something just go right through.
Yeah, I mean,
Could we
clearly,
just asterisk it or something
Yeah.
like that? You know, asterisk the consent if it's a time crunch and we're not able to get, and when I say we, I'm talking about staff in this case, if you're not able, like, actually have time to communicate your concerns with the people that consented various things, just like throw a little asterisk next to it, meaning
think-
like, hey, you know what, there might be something.
Or just leave it on for all of us to look at, what, if there's a question.
Well, no. So what Stephen's overarching point is this. The members are now each of us are now reviewing consent. And so in the case of the solar thing, Stephen reviewed the solar thing, you know, spent time to review it, said, okay, all things considered, good, consent, go. And then it was pulled off because of the black roof thing. And yes, black roof thing is part of our solar guidelines. However, Stephen went further to say, well, okay, but the roof can be made out of, you know, green silk and you're still not going to see it because it's on the back of the building.
I think
Right.
I think the asterisk defeats the concept of commissioners moving things to consent, because then we might well then not spend the time doing it if it's just gonna be an asterisk to then have it brought up. I'll have it pulled out of discussion later, number one. Number two, I totally agree, you know, if there's like a one-off situation where there's a Monday holiday, which I think happens, you know, a couple times a year, and then we have a Tuesday meeting, that's a little bit different than our normal operating 47 weeks out of the year.
Yeah.
For me, it was more about getting a understanding of where the commissioners were on if something is put on consent by a commissioner or consent with conditions, that it stays there subject to review of the other commissioners. And of course, the team effort of, hey, I noticed this, and shooting a quick email that says, you know, blah. Did you notice this is a wood roof? Like a 10-second email,
Mhm.
I think is in order.
Mhm.
So I don't want to beat it up. I think it's an important enough thing as we're going forward to
Yeah.
be clear about.
Okay. So, do we vote something at this point?
No, I don't think we need to make a formal
No,
thing.
I
I mean,
think
just
we
a
just had a
sense of the
discussion
group.
and we
Are we
now,
in support of
yeah.
this concept or?
Yeah, I was under the impression that if we had comments like this, it's so that if something's incomplete or whatever, these guys can get in touch with people. But I also do think that it's upon us to be timely in our responses about what we think is consentable too, not last minute.
And I agree with you on both points. The idea of this was to broadcast something as incomplete, not
Right.
that it doesn't meet policy and
Right.
pull it off.
Right.
Correct.
And this is making people aware, so,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah.
Okay, so
So with that said,
as a practical matter, what do we do with all these things?
as a
now?
practical matter, I'm gonna make a motion to reconsider the approval. Well, I'm gonna make a motion to move. How are we gonna do this? We approve the agenda with this on the agenda. So I'm gonna make a motion to reconsider 9 Gingy Lane. The vote of leaving it on the incomplete or need more information agenda. So that's a simple motion, has to happen during the meeting at which the original vote was taken. It doesn't require a second. It doesn't hurt to vote on it. And then we would then decide what to do with it. Oh, I could say, and to move it to discussion.
Okay, so let's put this into practice. So Stephen, had you just made a motion?
I did.
To
Reconsider.
9 Gingy Lane. All those no, can't do that. On Stephen's motion to reopen, Val,
Aye.
Abby, Diane. Still there, Diane?
She's there. She's.
Aye, aye.
Okay, great. And Stephen?
I'm an aye.
All right, so we've reopened Gingy Lane.
Can we pull it up?
Well, I looked at it. I mean, we all should.
Well, if you looked at it, are you ready to opine on it?
I mean, I could just make a motion to approve it based upon the fact that.
So maybe this is
that
a
is true.
category at the end that we just quickly discuss because there are some things that weren't here.
Well, can I just,
Yeah,
this incomplete should only be for incomplete,
Incomplete.
not,
Okay.
it doesn't match policy or it was a consent item that was pulled. It should only be for things that are incomplete.
Right. Okay, so
Because then we don't
you
really
want
have
to
to
go
do anything.
formal
with
on
it.
this? Do you want to go formal and say, I move to approve?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve on G as submitted.
I just wanted to say, just want to exhibit 1A this.
You want to
I said exhibit 1A.
ah,
We do have somebody that can do that for. us.
Thank you so much.
He provides pro bono drafting services. He'll actually like detail everything for you. So, okay, so the motion, seriously, folks, the
We have
motion.
this, we have this up. Why don't we just look at it?
Okay, yeah, we'll just go
Okay.
through the exercise. Can we just look at the site plan?
Okay.
There's the locus. Can we go back to the locus, please? I'm sorry. The aerial image.
It's a gambrel.
Yeah. Okay, so it's on that lot, and then that's what's the panels are proposed for the southern element. This is the rationale. I'm just explaining.
Yeah.
as opposed to the application.
No, I got it.
This is unusual.
I've already looked at it.
So
I
this was,
agree.
the panels are proposed on the right side of the lot as you're facing the image on the screen. And on the southern side, which is towards the bottom of the page, the property line. So there's no direct visual on the southern view. And can we go to the roof plan, please?
Mhm.
And that's what it looks like there. So it's on this, on the dormers on the rear. And then can we go to the site plan? And to the right. More to the right.
Yeah, these people in the way.
A little bit more. Can we jettison the people panel? And that's where it was on the rear. So that was my rationale.
Plus there's solar panels on the building next door.
Yeah, and there's, yeah. I mean, I didn't want to
Correct.
keep going. It wasn't.
Yeah.
No, I'm just making that
Yeah.
recognition.
Okay, so
Did you want to speak against this?
you like those, don't you? So does any? So there's your motion
Yeah, there was a motion to approve this amendment.
by you.
Yeah.
Okay, So Stephen has made a motion to approve this as submitted.
Yeah.
On that motion, Val,
I,
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Okay, that's that. And I was doing a quick rundown.
so this lady, the next one is here.
Yeah, and Isaiah's here as well, number 8, which I reviewed.
Yeah.
So I'd like to, might help to give these.
But
So
this is a practice. It's a new thing for us, so we're sorting out the details. So that's good, really good. Yeah, and
Are-
like I had 43 move off on consent, but are we requiring as-built now of everything?
Wait, no, which one, Phil?
43, my comment.
As built.
Number 7.
So I think, I can't speak for, I don't know who wrote this, but I just want to say, but in a separate one, and as we mentioned for 109 Tom Nevers, the idea was to provide dimensions. I thought I had one, and maybe it was a prior one, where we basically wanted dimensions added to the move off application. So someone could review it through the public medium online.
I know how big it
and
is.
know how big it is. You know, they might hear about it in a meeting and then they go online and it's there and they can see it
Mhm.
without trying to track down phone numbers and stuff.
Right.
I can't speak to 43 Maya because West Maya Comic, because I didn't do that one.
I
Who-
did,
You did?
and it's 1980s genre.
And what did you think it needed for as-built?
I didn't think it needed any of that. I didn't
Okay,
put that on.
So may I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Who said it needs as-built? Do we know? Holly, were you thinking dimensions?
I was thinking of consistency. Some people provide us actual elevations, some people give us photographs. I think there should be a consistency across the board.
Okay, no, that makes sense. So this is good for us to explore.
Well, do we want to discuss that or no, not right now?
Well, I think I have an opinion on it.
But I think we can
That-
discuss it in the context of this application.
Okay,
Because this is on our agenda.
Okay, so for me, as-built generally are associated with historic buildings that are being slated to be removed in toto or in part. And so we want to have documentation of that, photographic and drawings, so that we have that archive. However, if we have a building that we're talking about that dates from like 1987, I'm not sure that we need that. In fact, you could probably get all the information you need at the building department.
In 2087, though, it might be interesting.
Yeah,
mean-
true, yeah, true.
If
But,
we're removing buildings from our built environment. And there was a policy that everything gets documented with drawings and photographs.
Chaotic climate change will ruin all the paper files by then.
It already did, when the town building used to
Yeah.
be that little bunker down
Yeah.
there.
I wouldn't be against it, frankly, if it was just a policy across the board and.
I think it's an expense that people don't need.
Yeah.
If it's
I'm
not a
concerned
historic
about
Yeah, but they
structure.
have the benefit of having their building removed and they spend the money to, but a lot of these buildings have drawings on files. So it
Yeah.
could be as simple
It's
as
true.
providing a PDF package from the building department with some photographs and a site plan. It doesn't mean that we're gonna go out and field verify everything, but at least it memorializes.
Well, I think it's helpful for people who want to take the structure for sure.
Right.
Yeah. I don't disagree with Joe in the sense that it would be nice to memorialize it. I agree with Ray along the lines of it's a relatively recent, it's contemporary construction. It's not historic structure. And I agree with Val in the sense that it's a cost that there are some people on this island that would have difficulty spending, $10,000 for as-built drawing.
Definitely,
That's what it would cost, yeah.
yeah.
And if it's maybe what we do is say, I'm just trying to throw out some solutions. Is we say that if it's a structure constructed within the last 25 years or 30 years, or whatever you all decide, that clear images with a footprint showing dimensions of the footprint are the minimum requirement.
And they could do that pretty easily with the assessors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that would be a great, you
Yeah.
could say, you turn in the assessor sheet
Yeah.
with the imagery and the,
That's a good idea.
So what's the vintage? 30 years?
I don't know, Holly, what do you think?
I'll just throw this number out at you guys, but I'd like to be consistent again. And our period of significance at the national level goes up to 1975. So I personally would think it would make sense to use that as the,
And is 75, is that rolling each year? It would go
No.
to 76?
No.
It's locked in now.
it is
Okay.
until Nantucket decides to update our National Historic Landmark designation, it's not going to exceed that.
Okay, so 76.
76 and up.
So it's the freedom to not have to do as-bills. It's like seventeen
No, I think
seventy-six, but
it
nineteen
doesn't,
seventy-six.
as-built meaning every single little nook and cranny is cataloged. It's just meaning giving as much information as you can about the structure you want to get rid of.
Well, I think the way we were, just for discussion purposes, the concept of as-built that we would commonly think of are elevations with dimensions. And I think that if it's, I think given the information we have, 1976 and after, images with the assessor's footprint.
Well, it could facilitate the taking of some of these structures too, because everybody wants to know what's the ground cover, what's the footprint, does it
Yes.
fit on my
And
lot?
that's what I do.
And
I
they
go
call
to them
our
thinking,
office
Can
and-
I move it to mine?
Yeah, right. So if actually everybody had the town GIS with some photographs, they could make that determination potentially.
So can we ask staff to, without a vote on it, to add that to the checklist or to have a move off demo checklist? that
I would be
include-
honored to do that.
Good idea.
Pardon me?
I would be honored to do.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is like good, this is good, productive.
Yep, it is. And we
Okay.
never get to
So
do this.
75 and older, 1975. and
76.
older. Well, 1975 and older document,
76, you're free.
76 and post.
GIS and images.
Yeah, that's it. Okay,
A property
Oh.
record card.
there you go. That saves a
Okay.
lot of that. Okay, that clarifies everything.
And then I don't know if, just because we do have some people in the queue,
Yeah.
do we want to take the next step? I suggest it might be worthwhile when we're trying to, give, applicants some direction. That if Isaiah is here and Joe wanted to comment, this isn't a discussion, it's not a back and forth, it's simply Joe sharing why he put this on incomplete. And if there was another person here, I thought Val may have mentioned,
I did the first one, which I thought could just be consent if you split it into two applications.
okay,
So that would be consent with conditions, right?
Okay.
Right.
yep.
Okay.
And my comment was actually to put this on the agenda. And the stipulated reasons amounted to
Which one are we talking about?
Isaiah's,
He was here.
yeah, he's still in the queue. And it's a move on, so
He's moving on.
it
yeah.
might be time sensitive, so I would like to,
Do it,
if
yeah.
it's possible, to discuss it with him and maybe just, it's really a site plan and some photographs, and I thought it might be useful.
Okay, so are we gonna open this up?
Yeah, do you want a motion to reconsider
I do.
for discussion?
Yeah.
That's my motion.
Yeah,
And
Polly,
now,
time.
let's just be clear. So you reviewed this, Joe?
I reviewed this and
That's all
I,
you need to say.
yes,
So you're gonna be on this, all right? You're gonna be on this review.
okay.
So we're gonna need a sacrificial lamb.
What does that mean?
Okay, you just sit off, because I want Joe to sit, I want Joe to sit on. So it's gonna be Val, Diane, Joe, Stephen, Ray.
As
Okay.
can we pull that one up? 10 Polywog
Well, let's have a motion, and I believe, so the motion
was to reconsider.
was to reconsider. Okay, on that motion, Joe,
I,
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so now it's reopened. All right, so Joe, now you can tell us, and we have Isaiah on there someplace on Zoom. But Joe, you tell us what you're asking of Isaiah so that he can move forward.
sure. So the next, this is the site plan and there's a move on for a proposed garage and the garage is forward of the main house. So that for me is a red flag.
Right.
Okay.
And there weren't any photographs of the existing house. So I don't know the context of this moved structure. So that,
Oh, and it
then-
looks like the footprint doesn't fit it.
well, that's the thing. So the next page, which is a very benign looking structure. But when you look at it, it's a T shape in plan based on that little shed roof that comes off. And if you go back up to the site plan,
It's not.
it's a rectangle. So it immediately, it's like, does the site plan match? The site plan doesn't match the footprint of this. So then immediately you don't know which elevation faces the road. So I think that the application needs to have a footprint that matches the building and some photographs of the existing house so that we can properly evaluate this. And
Can I say
that was it.
All right, given what you just told me, I'm not, like, I don't think this could have been consented.
Exactly. I didn't put it on consent. I said I think it should be heard at the meeting because of all of these.
Oh, okay, so this is not about consent at all. This is about the fact that the information wasn't even good enough to
Right.
get us to the regular meeting.
Exactly. And I didn't realize there was an incomplete list that was being developed. I just asked for it to be on the agenda.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting distinction. That's really important, is
Yeah.
that there's almost like there's an internal incomplete, like, if I were to put something on consent and Holly and Esme saw something and then they played back up and said, hey, did you see this? Which, by the way, Holly did something along those lines. And I was like, oh, they almost got me because it was listed as a revised COA, but it was some other stuff. My point with this one is this is a kind of a different level where it's in reverse. It's kind of like one of the commissioners is spotlighting for staff that we want to talk about this one in a particular way at the meeting. On the merits, I don't disagree with Joe. This application requires clarification in either the site plan or the drawings or both. And then I think it's a relatively straightforward review.
Mr. Chair.
But yes.
If I may, and I want to, for the record, everything Joe said is the same thing that I had before I even saw his comments. So I reviewed these yesterday at home and I had the same exact thing. I believe, and I would love if it's okay with the chair, for Isaiah to speak, because I believe you all reviewed a move off of another garage out in Sconset that was going to go to Polywog, if you remember correctly. This is when an owner came in and she was getting a house that was moving from town
Yeah, I
to
remember
her
that.
property that had a garage on it, but that garage was also contributing, was going to move off. And luckily that application was a move off only, not a demo as well. And we all said, well, where's it going to go? Oh, it's going to go to Polywog. So I have a feeling that maybe Isaiah can allude to why we've got some misinformation going on, but I believe that was the case. This particular garage that's before you, that's coming from 25 Willard Street, is a contributing structure that you all actually approved to be relocated on the site. It was one of Matt's applications, and it is a contributing garage as well. So
And we should
there's-
have a picture too.
Agree 100%. That was actually one of my comments as well, but I think that would probably elude some of the questions that we all have.
Okay, so am I going to give Isaiah the floor?
I think so. To see if he can clear this up.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna have to turn in
It
correct
sounds-
stuff in any event. but-
Definitely. Okay, so Isaiah, you want to unmute for a moment?
I think I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
You're exhibiting a remarkable restraint.
Okay, so, yeah, truly. So, first of all, do you understand what Joe Paul, that is, was saying about the application?
100%. He wants to see where the protruding storage unit will be located on the plot plan, and he wants to see pictures of the actual house.
Right, well, but yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I have no problem with that. I have pictures of the house pulled up, and if I could just explain very quickly, I did come into the office with all this printed out and reviewed it with a gentleman at the desk, and he told me I was all set, everything was in order. So I'm a little surprised to know that there needs to be photos of the house, which is not a big deal, obviously, but not quite sure how I missed that. So that's easy to remedy. With regard to the plot plan, it's the protruding structure, for the record, would be facing north because of the setbacks, 10-foot setbacks to the south. So that would be the only place that it really could be. I had asked Don Bracken to draw this up for me a couple months ago because I was starting to get ready for a garage. The call came in for the other garage that was supposed to be moved from Sconset, and it was getting really complicated and extremely expensive. And I actually emailed you and asked to pull the application. I'm not sure if that email was received or if the application went through anyways. So if it did and it caused confusion, well, I apologize for that. It was certainly not my intention. And then Mike Day called me like a week ago and he said, hey, did that other thing work out? And I got this historic garage, and if you have a spot for it, they're willing to move it. So I just was working with very limited time, about a couple of days to get a submission in. And the last time I called Bracken was like 3 weeks ago, and I still haven't heard back. So realistically, I mean, I could draw it in by hand for sure. I don't think that would be a big problem, but I'm just letting you know why this isn't exactly accurate with regard to the protruding storage shed. And so that's kind of
Isaiah?
where, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to get too deep into the woods on this one.
Got
but
it.
So on your piece of property, as you know, you have a 10-foot side yard setback.
Yes.
The building footprint that you have on here is shown as 11 feet. So you're basically tight, relatively tight up next to the side yard setback. So if you
Correct.
add that T-shaped piece, it's actually going to push into, it's going to be in front of the house, like
Yes.
by 3 or 4 feet.
Correct.
So that's something that we need to seriously review. And I don't want to speak for the board at all, but like that doesn't sound great. And do I
Right.
understand from Holly, like the other one was just a rectangle?
It was.
So, maybe after all this conversation, maybe you might want to investigate that as a better fit than the T-shaped building, honestly.
Well, and this little bump could be shaved off the building
Well, it
potentially.
could be. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, the other one's really not an option for me.
Oh,
That's an
Okay.
old picture.
all right.
Mr.
So
Chair,
Stephen, hang on, Stephen was about to say something, sorry.
yeah, a couple things. The dog, wait, I want to let the dog finish.
Yeah.
What's the photograph?
So this structure is a contemporary version of the rose-covered cottage. And it is a Neil Parent knockoff. It is on the corner of Appleton and Bartlett. And not the cottage, the house.
Okay, yeah.
But the thing I wanted to mention, I think is relevant, just is I'm going to comment on the application itself. I think that given the little bump out and the orientation of the structure, if this structure were actually located on the other side of the property with the bump out towards Polywog, which would be the same way as saying differently that the low slope roof would face the street, I would be much more amenable to that as an approval with a 20-foot setback from the property line at the front and a 10 from the side, because it's going to be less prominent and imposing on the house. And a big part of that is the driveway is on this side of the structure. With respect to practicality of driving over and putting a boat or a car in there, it could just simply be some cobbles in the grass from the driveway at grade levels, so they can be mown and driven over and so on and so forth. But it seems to me like that is a much more appropriate location than this location, given how squunched in everything will be.
Might be using.
I didn't quite follow where you were suggesting.
Flip,
Other side of the property.
other side rotated, so that the bump out faces Polywog.
The doors face.
The doors face the yard.
That wouldn't make any sense. You wouldn't be able to get a car in there.
It's in terms of what's an approvable structure, we rarely approve a garage in front of a house and more so on an odd angle. So that was the concern.
Okay.
Obviously, if the bump out is taken off, then it's less of an issue. But
Can we
this
just
was
do
an
that? Can we
overall-
just do that? I mean, that's super easy. And then I think we're in good shape.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not adverse to that, but if the bump out stays, but it would have to move, the garage would need to move back in my mind. Anyways, those are my comments on the application now that I understand it.
Should we conduct this as if it were just a regular old review? I think that's where we are.
Yeah.
Well, what's
It-
hard about that is what is the footprint of the one that's drawn on here? Is it even remotely close?
We don't know.
Yeah, we really need
We
to see
do
an
not
accurate
know.
footprint.
No. I think you have to have, well, you don't have to have Don Bracken do this. You could do it with a scale. Just draw the actual footprint. And if you do plan to remove the base of the T, which I think you have to do, you have to draw the dimensions as per the scale of this drawing.
Well, I can resubmit this with the drawing without the T and pull it off, and I understand that. My only question is it of any relevance that there's a 12-foot high, 4 or 5 foot deep hedge that blocks pretty much all of this? Like you wouldn't even see that bump out.
Well, no, it's not the bump out. The bump out is forcing you to push the garage basically in front of the house. You gotta trust me on this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to address.
Yeah,
That's
that's right.
That's where the rubber hits the road on this application, honestly.
I think there might be just one misunderstanding. My plan was to turn it around backwards. So the bump out is facing to the north. So the body of the garage would be really clean from the
Okay,
street.
well, that's more legitimate, but still the bump out would be in front of the house. And I think it would force you to push the garage closer to Polywalk.
You can't, it's at 21.
No, I've stood and measured and walked this many times. It's a really nice fit,
Hey,
actually.
listen, we need more, show us what you're planning to do,
Okay,
okay?
got it.
All right?
And that's where the
Um,
photographs of visibility would be helpful.
Photographs and all that would be.
Site plan
immensely
marked up.
Yes,
address.
okay. So
Got it.
let's move to hear this at the next meeting, okay? Would that be fair?
So moved.
All right. So Stephen has made a motion to hear this,
Because we want to have minutes. You can't take.
Thank you.
out minutes.
even if somebody makes a motion to do so.
Well, yeah, I think for consistency's sake, we should be sticking with our, our policy has been that if you turn in revisions, that the minutes are included.
Mhm.
I guess you could straddle this fence that he isn't making revisions, but that doesn't really hold water.
Forget the minutes then.
Well, it's just difficult if it's, look, my personal read on that is that this is like fresh in our minds. We're gonna hear it. If we hear it, it'll be Tuesday. It's not an application that sat for, went back to the architect, the client. It came back 3 weeks, a month, 3 months later, and we want the minutes included.
No, I get that, but we should make a policy on that then.
I don't disagree.
Can return their thing like in one day, and we can't.
Yeah.
And this is a move of a historic structure and it's presumably more time sensitive. So
that's
the-
right.
then, so from that perspective, it would be nice to, if it's possible.
So
What do you think, Val?
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I just think we need to discuss it. as a-
we should.
I agree.
Well, and again, this is one of those things, when we had an agenda that was 5 or 6 pages long. And we weren't, if Joe was trying to turn around an application, it would be months before we saw Joe again.
Yeah.
And everyone would have completely forgotten everything that was said about that.
Yeah.
Now we're in a little bit of a different situation. However, with regard to this particular application, Stephen has made a motion to hear this with the information that we've just discussed at the next meeting, and will forego the requirement for the meeting minutes to be attached. Is that fair?
I think so, given the circumstances.
All right. Okay. So that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Joseph.
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so there's that. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you.
And is there anything else we need to clear up on this list?
Well, there was a lady, I saw her name up there.
She's still there.
She has her hand up. 4B Back Street.
Oh, Daryl Hannah.
Oh,
Okay,
Yes, Commissioner, this is the Mayo version.
what's
And,
that?
Commissioners,
it's not the.
this is the male version, not the female version. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to let down the commission. I apologize.
Oh, well, there,
This is the only reason I stuck around.
yeah, well,
Daryl.
we're all hoping.
Well, here,
But this is fine. Okay, so you have a color change at 4B Back Street, and the note says, need historical information.
There was nothing indicated in the application as to the age of the structure, and it is located in the OHD. I don't
Okay.
think it's contributing.
You
But
don't think it's?
I don't think so. I think it's infill, but again, we're trying to get consistency with information.
Okay, so Mr. Hannah,
yes, sir.
do you understand what we're requesting of you?
I think the year 1982, sir. The year the property was built, or the structure was built, rather.
The year the structure is built, exactly.
So this is an infill.
4B Back Street.
Do we want to open it?
What did you say? Oh, your thumbs up. Okay, so,
Motion to reconsider for B Back Street.
this can be the regular board. So Stephen has made a motion to reconsider 4B Back Street on Stephen's motion to reconsider. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so now, let's,
I reviewed this
yes,
in my packet.
Yes.
and I didn't go on it because it was in the OHD and I figured there was some additional information required. But I have no concerns with the proposed change.
and it does sound like,
Holly
okay,
supports
yeah,
that.
it says that Holly is, this is only about a color change.
Right.
I'm gonna
Okay.
brighten up this.
Okay, so, Holly, why don't you take it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's what I did see, that this was a 1982. That was the biggest thing, that was infill within the OHD, but for confirm the age. But as far as the changes due to, I know it's a little unique of an infill. It's far back from the street. There's a lot of other structures in this area, so it's appropriate.
Okay. There you've heard it. Holly says it's appropriate. Do we have
I-
any discussion on this?
No, I thought it was when I looked at it as well.
Okay,
No concerns.
no concerns. Okay, it sounds like we're good. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right, very good. Thank you. That was Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
I have great Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there you go.
And I'm
Mrs.
on aye. Aye.
So I'm sorry, because this is a whole new category. I just want to understand in my brain. Maybe we need more than one other category. One is incomplete. And then one is if we make conditions like
Oh.
consent, it's consentable if. da, 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 da.
You can
Well,
just
that-
put
that's
consent with
consent with
conditions
conditions.
Right,
and say under the conditions, that's the condition.
right,
So you could
okay,
we could keep our categories.
okay. Okay, so like the emeritus thing, he's gonna do what? It's 1980. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
So, okay, can I,
So all he needs to do is like take photographs of the existing.
I know, but now it didn't get reviewed, so it goes back in
which is just next,
the queue.
yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
that's what I'm trying to understand. So to Gloucester, I reviewed and made the comments. It needs photos of the existing and a site plan to assess its proper look, you know, if it fits where it's being intended. So that's just plain incomplete. So
Exactly.
somebody needs to tend to that.
so I think so with emeritus, that could have been under consent with conditions.
Yeah,
And the conditions are that you provide it's 1976 or after. If it's 1976 or after, you have to provide the assessor's page footprint and images of the 4 elevations. If it's prior to 1975, you need to provide as-built drawings and images. So that could be a consent with condition.
oh, that's
like
the
our full
conditions.
thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Okay.
makes sense?
Yeah, so then my last question is gonna be, and don't get upset with me. I was going to take it upon myself to reach out to the people who
Can I close? I was gonna close with the
Okay.
close. So the new thing is, this is a new thing, and I think as commissioners, we presume that staff are gonna reach out to someone about what's incomplete. But I don't think it's fair just to presume that. I think we need to find out who is the responsible person on staff in terms of what the staff workflow is. And do they have the capacity to address reaching out to these people to inform them of what the incomplete aspect is? Because otherwise, they're not going to know, because these are, some of these are just very abbreviated, needs more information. Well, if we're relying on the agenda to communicate to an applicant or their agent what's required, then we need this to be very specific, precise, and accurate. If we're relying on staff, it can be just a little note and then staff reach out. I'm not presuming a particular person is reaching out to people, but we need to have a little discussion about that and then decide where to go from there.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, through you, I typically reach out to applicants like tomorrow. I would reach out to them. I'd be like, send them an email. This is what was incomplete, and they'll come back to me. If they don't understand what the motion was or what was missing, and I don't understand it, then I'll forward it to the commissioner that made that suggestion.
Right.
But for the most part, I'm the one that takes care of those.
Okay. Thanks, Esme. I appreciate the clarification. Next item on the agenda.
Yeah, let's make this overlay district,
Okay.
the ranch protection overlay. That is what you're talking.
Yeah, so I realize it's late, it's almost 8, but this I think is an important topic, and I'd ask people just to try and focus, put on your focus caps for a few minutes. This is an agenda item to explore an HDC recommended zoning overlay district. So what that means is we would be looking to have some discussion amongst ourselves and then potentially with the planning board, because it involves zoning. And the idea is in a term, the Ranch Protection Overlay District in the Hooper Farm area. And some of the background on this is, I sent this in a few weeks ago or a couple weeks ago. I just made some notes because I wasn't going to remember it all. The Hooper Farm area ranches, the ranch style homes, provide a window into a particular type of mid-century Nantucket architecture not replicated in such a density in any other area of Nantucket, except for one. There are more than 60 ranch style homes in the Hooper Farm area. If you extend that to include Gold Star Lane, you can add another 15 or so.
Hmm.
Still in the Hooper Farm area, just not Hooper Farm area proper. If you go down Trotters and a couple of the other roads, Waydale, you can add another 20 or more. So that area is predominantly ranch style structures. Has been. However, as is the case in other areas around Nantucket, local economic pressures lead to redevelopment, either alteration, including to add taller structure, or outright replacement with taller structure. Without action, which could be multiple types of action, the historic identity created by these ranch structures is an inevitable loss. One can make an argument that the HDC could say, no, we're not going to allow anything but a ranch structure. One could make the argument that that is, without a policy in place, a taking. It is a prevention of the use of the property. So I think that there's something on that side of the fence. The side of the fence I'm interested in exploring, because I think it would be beneficial for a couple of reasons, which I'll get into, is the goal of an overlay, this being the Ranch Protection Overlay District, so the RPOD, is to protect the preservation of these low-profile ranch massing style homes. And while promoting and enhancing, and I'll get back to enhancing, the character and setting of these structures. The idea is basically to develop the concept to focus on preservation of low-profile massing, preservation and enhancement of street side presentation, and incentives to accomplish the foregoing. So what I'm looking at, what I'm suggesting is a strategic incentivization where for some type of a trade-off being more ground cover and being able to move the structure closer to the street, there's an incentive to retain the single story massing. The thought process on moving these structures closer to the street is if you travel down these roads, many of these are in the R10 district. They are a minimum of 20 feet off the property line. It's an additional 10 feet off of the right of way, which is a 40-foot public right of way, 20 feet of which is tarred road, 10 feet of which typically on either side of the road is green space, but it is not the property owner's property. The idea is, for the sake of discussion, is to decrease that front yard setback to 10 feet. It may sound like a lot, but it's a two-part. One is what you're doing is you're moving a ranch style. What you are incentivizing is moving a ranch style, single-story, low roof plane, low pitch roof plane structure towards the street. The benefit of that, in my mind, is two-part. One, it is still a low structure, and two, it because it's closer to the street, it's promoting a human scale type of an interaction when you walk up and down the sidewalk. As opposed to having them 30 feet from the street, they're going to be 20 feet from the street, from the road. So to my mind, that's a worthwhile trade-off if the ground coverage can be increased enough to make it worth someone's while to then say, hey, I can move my structure that's typically 28 by 40, 10 feet closer to the street, open up my backyard space into somewhere where I can actually put in that second dwelling or the tertiary dwelling, which they're going to be putting in one way or the other.
Even though we don't have parking.
You separate, please. Let's stay focused. I'm really trying to. So the idea then is to help productively with respect to aesthetics, historic character and setting, to try and productively channel this redevelopment energy. I don't know that it is enough incentive. I do know that not everyone is going to do like Stubby's did and retain the ranch, put the secondary and the tertiary dwellings. Val recently brought this in off one of the ways off Hooper Farm. There are lots for sale in this area, and the redevelopment pressure is going to be tremendous.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring this up as a concept number one for you all to kind of think about and discuss. The end result may be that we further it and make a recommendation to the planning board. It may be that we decide to establish a policy of the HDC for this area. It may be both. But I wanted to at least start the discussion.
Well, I
Diane, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I just hope we are going to have a discussion that it isn't going to be, because I think you're in the way this has been described is that part of the HDC's premise that it's supposed to be living is keeping the streetscape the way it is. You are proposing that it is being proposed to make the whole area crammed full of other.
Sorry,
For-
Diane, I couldn't help but laugh. She said
Why
I'm
laugh?
proposing to to turn the whole area into a cram. Diane, I think you're missing the point, if I may. The redevelopment pressure is to take down a ranch and put up a 2-story structure.
Yes.
And that's what I'm trying to work to cure,
Avoid.
Yeah.
not to create
I
an
understand that.
urban
I
setting.
agree with you, but I wouldn't make it so that they can put 2 more buildings in the back of the lot.
Well,
Which is,
so Diane, I'm gonna jump in here. My office is surrounded by ranch houses.
I think ranch houses
I
are good.
built my office there because it's surrounded by ranch houses. And my
Right.
fear has always been that they're all gonna go to heaven.
Right.
And that people are gonna build 2-story houses there. That is going to be the fate of Gold Star and all these roads mid-island where we have predominantly ranch houses. So to Stephen's point is you can't just say you have to keep the ranch house. That's it. You got to keep your ranch house, because then you'd be sued up and down, right and left for what's called a taking, which means that basically the town has created some sort of a rule that prevents you from utilizing your piece of property to its maximum potential, particularly in a certain prescribed area. So what Stephen is suggesting, and I think it's a good idea, and I wonder whether it goes far enough, is if you do the right thing and you keep your ranch house, we will allow you to build more ground coverage on your lot than you would otherwise be allowed to do. Or you'll be able to move it closer to or beyond the current setback, because the only way that this is going to work and have it work amicably and have it actually work and have it, people be incentivized to do this, is if you create some sort of special incentives that allow people, you're taking away one right, which is the right to build up, and you're substituting it for another right, which is a right to build more ground coverage or to build closer to the closer to the road, lot lines. That is the quid pro quo. And so conceptually, I love it.
And what happens?
It's just
if they-
implementing it, I know is gonna be, a climb, but I think that it's certainly worth doing.
I have some comments too.
Yeah.
As a person who has lived in Mid-Island for 61 years, I appreciate this. It's what this area is. It's working class America. And I love the idea of keeping that vibe by giving up so little, is 10 feet closer to the street. The funny thing is people used to hang out in their front yards. That's where you hung out. Everybody went by and stopped in and whatever. That's all changed. Everyone wants private backyards. But what I like about that is, as we know, or I know very well, there is pressure to put everything in Mid-Island because of the master plan, and it's, it didn't could not have possibly predicted the unprecedented rate we are going at right now. But I think it helps accomplish putting more where that plan and the powers that be seem to want to cram everything, as Diane said, but it also keeps the character of what is here. And I appreciate that. I really do. So I think it's a pretty good idea.
Thank you.
And I thank you for thinking about it. My question is, and this is not related to HDC, it's building related. As I understand it, the energy code is gonna really keep people from keeping existing houses in the future, because they're gonna have to come up to this ridiculous code that is impossible for them to meet. And the way people keep houses is because it's supposedly cheaper. If it's a decent house and they can move it and put it back together and they have a house. But if
Right.
they have to rip it apart to put all this stuff in to make it work, they're gonna rip them down.
So question for Holly. Oh, your time's up. Sorry, Val. That's what that was. Stephen's time and everyone. So Holly,
Sing.
You worked great.
so our cutoff is 1975. Most of these ranches were actually built circa 1960 to 1970.
Yeah.
You know, so at least on one survey form, that being the national and state survey forms, those are, I think, all listed as contributing buildings. Would you agree with that?
So does that mean they would get a historic determination?
They could,
If that's
yeah,
where I'm going,
yes.
you know, and that's another thing that I think we could throw out is, you know what? You don't have to put 2x6 walls in, you
Right.
don't have to put in the icing insulation, you don't have to put in the special glass, you know, right down the line. These are things by our issuing a historic determination for a ranch house, it's allowing people more latitude to keep what they
I
have.
love it.
They're contributing structures towards the
Can I
historic district.
Comment on, so, under the energy code, a pure move without renovation of the proper structure, the foundation or the thermal envelope underneath, so your floor or your foundation walls would need to be brought up to the energy code. But the rest of it does not. Because that's under the existing building
Yeah.
code. It's an alteration of an unconditioned space. If you finish the basement, it's subject to the energy code. If you don't finish the basement, then it's not subject to the energy code. And that, because that would
Wait, say
trigger.
that again.
So basically, if you move a house from a crawl space to an unfinished foundation,
Yeah,
it wouldn't trigger the energy code because the alteration isn't to the conditioned space.
so does that mean in the future you couldn't?
And well, in the future, it's like any structure. If you do a renovation, it's gonna be subject to the energy code in place at that time. However, there's some fluidity to that based on some discussions I've been hearing around the community.
I hope so, because it's scary.
Um,
I really panicked because I thought we're so trying to encourage people to keep structures or reuse them or at least parts of them and move them. It would just be dumb.
That's the tough part, is that area of structures, the age of structures that are more than 30 years old, but aren't historic, even under 75. So there's quite a few of them, and that's a lot of material to go to the landfill and not to be considered into that equation of carbon sequestration and green energy and so on and so forth, so.
We're being sustainable and killing sustainable.
I've been wondering how we could take, or I should say, collaborate with zoning to help enable what we would like to have the island, how the island gets developed. And the ground cover, I think, is key,
Yeah.
because we all know that ground cover is equal to dollars. If you can get 10% ground cover versus 3%, I happen to live in a 3%. I live in Tom Nevers, and I have a 2-acre lot, right? I can do less ground cover than some people with, well, anyway, it's, yeah, it keeps the carrot. Well, the thing is, I think there should be a trade-off where I've contemplated building a studio. A single-story studio is all I need. But by the time you start calculating the cost of all that, it becomes a two-story studio with a full basement and a drive-under garage, because if you're gonna take up X amount of square footage of ground cover, you want to maximize it. You want to make it as tall as possible, and you wrap it with porches, which don't count as ground cover, and they minimize the height. And all of a sudden you have people building buildings taller and bigger than they need to. They help mask the height. If there was a trade-off where ground cover of a single story structure anywhere on the island, less than 16 feet tall, because that threshold was already established by the shed deal, then you get twice the amount of ground cover. So will people take 1,000 square feet of ground cover and build 50% of it 2 stories, and then the remaining ground cover is single story? You would naturally start to see ranch structures happening. I mean, how many 1-story structures have you seen at the HDC, or have we personally designed? Very few. Everybody wants to add 2 stories. So if there was some kind of incentive to let lower structures develop, not only would it save the ranches and give people an incentive to preserve. I love the whole neighborhood idea and the streetscape and everything. I think it's sort of a separate issue, but I do think that there could be a zoning benefit island wide that would tie into ground cover that I think would change the way where you see applications here. I think the design community would try to convince their clients to go single story, because hey, you get a little more ground cover. Let's do a single story structure.
Right.
So in the context of this one, the idea was to just put a number on 10%, but this is really the doorway into that discussion, Joe. And we've actually talked about this at Organizational Focus Committee, is the idea of exactly what you said, incentivizing single story development by allocating additional ground coverage. I've given it a lot of thought. I think where this will have to go and where that will go is ground coverage is part of the equation. And really what we're talking about is cubic volume. So you have X amount of ground cover currently, and you can build X amount tall and have it, whatever the number is, and have it typically approved by the HDC. And that could be broken out in a formulaic manner for pretty much every zone and every area of the island. And then that could be translated into a cubic volume. And as long as you stayed within that cubic volume, and conceptually, as long as you stayed within that cubic volume, but you had 1 story, then you were allowed to expand your ground coverage based upon strict interpretation of 1 story, based upon additive massing concepts. So it's not just one big long structure. It still needs to have a sense of identity and character. So that's I really appreciate the fact that you brought it up, but that's kind of where I was hoping we might wet our feet in getting involved with the planning board and the community, where we're not interjecting ourselves into zoning, but we're helping to communicate to the planning board and the community the character and setting development that we're hoping to accomplish as the Historic District Commission of the National Historic Landmark. And then that would be the foundation for the next one, which is cubic volume versus pure ground coverage.
I have always thought we should collaborate, because a lot of times it seems like we're on different, totally different.
I think that's,
planes.
yes.
Didn't that happen with?
I think the zoning,
And then it changed.
Diane, go.
I think this zoning, if we could work with zoning, because if we had an area like Cooper Farm and Gold Star and all that stuff, and we moved it forward so they have something back, why could not zoning say, as we do other places, that only 1.5-story houses will be approved in that area? That goes into, does that go into zoning, or does it come under our regulation? Because I think it would be great to keep that area the way it is, because it's a really good area, and it fulfills all the demands of all the houses that are there. 90% of them are ranch and that, but I don't know what zoning could do. I personally don't think planning has as much concern about keeping it sort of the way it is as zoning is. So that would be, I think it's very important, and I think it would be a great thing, because that's what we seem to fight for all the time. And picking out areas like Hoop Farm Road and have it successful would be great. So I think that's
It has
good.
to
I
be
just,
in Madigan. You know,
Right.
we have a zoning height restriction in Madigan,
Yeah, 20 is
Mhm.
24 feet.
25 feet. And I gotta tell you that since they implemented that, it's taken a huge burden off of this board. Because now we don't have to, you know, be buffeted by people coming in, and we start, you know, we say this building should be 24 feet. Well, yeah, but the neighbor over there is 28. That neighbor over there is 30 feet. And then you wind up at 27 or something. Now zoning says absolutely categorically, end of story, you cannot go above 25 feet. That's it. And so what we get is a bunch of, by default, responsible designs, designs that are actually work for Nantucket, because that's the height that they should be. They shouldn't be 30 feet. They should be 25 or less. And so now we have that hard and fast rule. And I love the fact that that's there.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if we could get down to 17 feet? And
Well,
by
this
the cubic volume
that's
trade-off.
exactly, that's, yeah.
I love it.
So
Okay.
the suggestion I would make is a couple, if I may, just, I think we need to be respectful, and I'm not suggesting we aren't, that, we're conceptually delving into an area that is not our purview, and not in a way, what we're trying to do is problem solve for the aesthetic and character and setting by identifying tools that may work. And we're looking at them from the HDC viewpoint.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest is that we want to develop a concept a little bit more, not too detailed. And then we might want to float a boat to chair to the planning board to see if they have a couple of members who would want to be involved in a work group. And we would have some work group discussion, because planning has other concerns, and they're also going to have other viewpoints that we may be missing as historic district commission members with a focus of this area. And their focus is like here. There's some overlap, but it's primarily here. So it gives us a chance to then, through a work group environment, broaden our view, and then maybe make modifications and try and come up with a group recommendation, a work group recommendation. So I suggest we
Really-
consider something
really
like
love
that.
it. Yeah, great idea.
I participate.
Me too.
You practice the faith? Is that what you said?
I said I participate.
Oh, you participate.
You participate in the faith. He's got it.
What is in that thermos?
No, I agree. I think we're, the people are going to find that people are going to want to move in and build bigger where it's already, we already have an aesthetic and a size and a scale, and it's,
Yeah,
it's sort of, we should do something before it.
the push is not gonna stop by itself.
No,
The
the push.
Urbanize that island, go 3 or 4 stories and
Right.
make it downtown all over again.
Well, and that's, so there, there's housing pressures and, working and year round, and it's just the nature of the beast, I think, that the resources go to the area that can be still be developed.
That's why we have to
If you
protect
get rid
them.
of Cars, then it
Well,
won't
yeah.
work.
No, that's a different work group.
Yeah, that's a different work.
'Cause, it ain't working.
There's a pile of work groups related to
Yeah.
cars, automobiles.
Well,
Okay,
thank you
so,
for, sitting
boy,
through
that
that.
was great. Thanks for bringing that up. What do you think, guys? Should we approve the minutes of July 25th and August 1st? What do you think about that?
So moved.
Okay, Stevens made that motion. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val, Diane, Stephen,
aye.
and there's Diane, and I'm in favor. So we just have approved minutes. Okay, John, are you around?
John has made a motion to adjourn.
John has made a motion.
Before we adjourn, this isn't on your agenda, and I think I can say it now.
It's less than 24 hours. notice.
Yeah. John, there will be, if you're not aware, there will be a service at the VFW. And Colleen, if I'm not supposed to say this, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's, my understanding it's October 21st. And I just want people to put it on their radar and there will be the family will make a formal announcement, but I wanted for you guys to be planning ahead.
Okay, that's great.
As part of John's extended family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
And Colleen, I'm sure I know she's working on it and firming stuff up.
Okay, so for the members that are in the auditorium, all those in favor of John's motion to adjourn?
Aye.
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 Oh, hand raised. Wayne Enos. Wayne?
I recognize that name. South Shore.
Can you guys hear me? You guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. I've been trying to get on a meeting. I just had horrible signal. And I noticed that my application for 12 New Mill Street, it was on, a different type of agenda, but I just wasn't familiar with that because I haven't seen that.
You could call them up tomorrow. And I don't know whether you were on consent. They did not. Hold on a minute. What's your name?
Yeah. Wayne, staff will reach out to you. Thank